Hi everyone. Good morning and good afternoon, wherever you may be located. We're at the top of the hour, but we'll give other attendees about a minute or two to just finalize dialing in. And once we close that off, we'll be starting the seminar in a bit. So please hang in there. We'll be starting in about 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. I just wanted to check if my audio is okay.
We can hear you, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Maurice here, checking also if audio is clear.
Hi, Miss Maurice. You're coming in loud and clear. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
Good morning. I'm Hazel, also checking if my audio is clear.
Miss Hazel, you're coming in loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Marisa here. I'm checking in as well if I'm okay. Thank
Yes,
you.
Miss Marisa, we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you.
Brilliant. All right, it's 2 minutes past 5 p.m. Vancouver time. So I'd just like to greet everyone good day, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be. I know that we have a mix of audiences and speakers from Manila and the Canada side. So that bifurcated greeting just works. But in any case, good day, everyone. And on behalf of the Philippine Consulate General in Vancouver and our partner, the Philippine Trade and Investment Center, or PTIC in Toronto, I would like to warmly welcome all our distinguished partners, speakers, guests, and participants for today's online seminar on importing Philippine food and agricultural products to Canada. Thank you for joining us today and for taking the time to be part of this seminar. Before we get any further, I would just like to acknowledge our partners and speakers for today's event. From the Philippine side, from the Philippine government, the Department of Agriculture, as represented by the Honorable Assistant Secretary and Special Assistant for Export Development, Philip C. Young. We also have our Agriculture Counselor based at the Embassy of the Republic of the Philippines in Washington, D.C., Mr. Lupino J. Lazaro Jr. We also have a representative, Trade Commissioner Mario Tani from the Philippine Trade and Investment Center based in Toronto. Right. We also have the Department of Trade Industry Export Marketing Bureau, or EMB, represented by Ms. Hazel Tasmanias, the Division Chief of the Market Division. Right. From the Department of Trade Industry, the Center for International Trade Expositions and Missions, or the CITEM, represented by Ms. Katrina Pineda, Chief Trade Industry Development Specialist, DTI CITEM. From the Canadian government, we also have Canadian Food Inspection Agency, or CFIA, represented by National Manager Aliyah Blay. We also have Michael Jen Reyes, Commercial Officer, British Columbia, from the Embassy of Canada in the Philippines. We also have Jennifer Walsh from the BC Ministry of Agriculture and Food joining us today. We also acknowledge our guests from our colleagues from the Philippine Embassy in Ottawa, from the Philippine Consulate General in Calgary, and the Philippine Consulate General in Toronto. Likewise, we acknowledge our speakers and representatives from Philippine and Canada-based companies, namely Airspeed International Corporation, Mega Prime Foods Incorporated, ChemLink, Gardenia Trading Corporation, New Almanic International Limited, Corinthian Distributors Limited, Lucky Supermarket, Pinoy Cravings, and Pinoy Dragon Mart. Now, today we have a very diverse group of participants, including food and beverage manufacturers, distributors, retailers, cooperatives, marketing and consulting firms, service providers, academic institutions, and student entrepreneurs. It's quite a diverse and wide-ranging group today. A significant number of are Filipino-owned or Philippines-focused businesses involved in products such as coffee, cacao, baked goods, snacks, condiments, fresh produce, and specialty foods, alongside companies engaged in trade, logistics, packaging, and market development. The participants also include cooperatives, chambers and business councils, government-related offices, educational institutions, individual entrepreneurs, and several students or early-stage entrepreneurs who are still exploring business opportunities. Now, before we begin, let's just have a bit of a seminar hygiene. Just a bit of housekeeping reminders to help ensure a smooth and productive session for everyone. So upon entry, all participants have been muted to minimize any background noise. Of course, those that will be speaking later as part of their presentation can go off mute. Should you have any questions during the presentations, we would like to request you to place those questions on the chat box at any time. No? If you also wish to direct those questions to a specific speaker, please also indicate it in the chat box. That way, we would be able to manage the queuing of our questions, but also it gives participants an idea of questions that are being asked in case they have a similar or the same question. We will be addressing them during the designated question and answer segment of our seminar. Yep, we also mentioned that if you've seen on the slide, we encourage you to rename your Zoom display to reflect your full name and organization for easier identification. Now, during the question and answer segment, like we've said, we'll just have the questions plug into our chat box, and we will consolidate them. Now, also, we will be recording this session for documentation, and hopefully you consent to being recorded as part of this meeting. Okay, so I cannot overemphasize that we're very thankful and grateful for all of you to join us today, and we look forward to an engaging and informative discussion for the remainder of the seminar. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to formally open today's seminar, we are honored to invite Consul General Gina Eja Moralin to deliver her opening remarks. So please join me in welcoming her as she delivers the opening remarks for today's seminar. Consul General Moralin, over to you, please.
I thought we will have a group photo first.
Ma'am, we will just have your remarks first before we do the
Okay.
photo.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone here in Canada and good morning in the Philippines. We're really very grateful for your presence here today. And we are very pleased that we have a very good turnout. Welcome to this online business seminar, which follows the successful business session for Filipino-Canadian entrepreneurs, which was organized by the Philippine Consulate General in Vancouver on August 14, 2025. That engagement underscored the strong interest of Canada-based Filipino entrepreneurs in expanding trade and commercial linkages with the Philippines. Building on that momentum, the Philippine Consulate General, in particular, the economic section of the consulate headed by Deputy Consul General Paul Uy, is pleased to partner with the Philippine Trade and Investment Center, Toronto, headed by our Philippine Trade Commissioner Mario Tani, in convening this follow-up activity. Our objective today is clear and focused: to encourage Canada-based businessmen to explore, develop, and scale opportunities for Philippine food and agricultural products in the Canadian market, and as well to help our Philippine-based companies and businessmen to do business here in Canada. This seminar also provides a timely platform to promote the International Food Exhibition, or IFEX, the Philippines' flagship international food trade show, which will be held at the World Trade Center in Pasay City from 21 to 23 May 2026. IFEX offers direct access to credible Philippine exporters, product innovators, and industry stakeholders, and serves as an efficient venue for sourcing, partnership building, and market information. Beyond promotion, today's program is deliberately structured to be transaction-oriented and practical. It will walk participants through the key stages of trading Philippine food and agriculture products to Canada, informed by the regulatory requirements and commercial experience. We begin with the pre-shipment stage, focusing on Philippine export rules and procedures. Insights from Philippine-based exporters will highlight operational considerations, compliance standards, and best practices. We will then turn to the arrival of products in Canada with a discussion on Canada's import rules and procedures, regulatory compliance, food safety standards, and documentation and requirements remain critical to minimizing risks and ensuring timely market entry. Finally, we will address the distribution, marketing, and retailing of Philippine products within Canada. The Philippines continues to strengthen its agri-food sector through quality upgrading, value addition, and adherence to international standards. At the same time, Canada offers a sophisticated and diverse consumer market with growing demand for high-quality, differentiated food products. Filipino-Canadian entrepreneurs are well-positioned to serve as strategic partners in bridging these two markets. The Philippine Consulate General, together with PTIC Toronto, remains committed to supporting trade facilitation, promoting market access, and encouraging commercially viable partnerships. We view these initiatives as very important as part of our sustained effort to move from dialogue to measurable outcomes. I wish to thank our speakers, our partners, our resource persons, and of course, the participants for joining us in today's discussion. Thank you very much, and I hope you will find this event useful. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Consul General, and keep your camera turned on. And I would also like to invite our participants to turn on their cameras because we'll be having a quick souvenir photo opportunity. So let me just put up some of our colleagues here. So we'll do it frame by frame so that just keep your camera on and we'll take a screen cap of our participants and everyone. So hopefully we have more people turning on their cameras. Let me just put that in gallery view. Okay, so we have 4 frames. So guys, look at the camera. Let me take that screen cap and give us your best IFEX smile. Taking frame of 1, 2, 3. All right, now I'm on to frame 2. All right, and we'll have a souvenir photo. Okay, give us your best IFEX smile, everyone. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, down for frame 2. And then frame 3, let me take a screen cap of you. Again, give us your best IFEX smile. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. And we are down to the last frame. Okay, right, give us your best IFEX smile. Frame 4. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Looking good, everyone. So there. Now, I think we're ready to, so to speak, get to the meat of the matter. And for our first session on the export opportunities of food products from the Philippines to Canada, we are very fortunate to have Ms. Hazel Tasmanias, the Division Chief, Market Division of the DTI EMB. She is the Division Chief of the Market Division of the Export Marketing Bureau of the Department of Trade and Industry in the Philippines. In this role, she oversees the implementation and performance monitoring of export promotion initiatives to identify, develop, and expand market opportunities for Philippine export products and services. Prior to this role, she served as the product officer for coconut and agri-marine products, where she designed and implemented strategic promotion initiatives for these sectors. She is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Commerce, major in Business Administration from the University of Santo Tomas, and she obtained her master's degree in international studies from the Yuha Women's University in Seoul, South Korea. So everyone, let's give our speaker a warm welcome, Ms. Hazel Tasmanias of DTI EMB. Ms. Hazel, over to you, please.
Thank you, Sir Marco, for that introduction. Okay, I would just like to share my screen. Permission to share my screen.
Let me see if we can pick that up. Spotlight. Oh, Hazel, I think we need to make you a co-host. Let's make Miss Hazel a co-host. Ma'am, I believe you should be able. Let me know if you still can't share your screen. Let me work with my team here. Hazel Casmanes. Eleanor, if you could assist, please. Let me mute more and I think our support team, could we make Miss Hazel a co-host, please, so that she has share privileges?
Done na, sir.
Okay. Ma'am, could you try if you're able to share your screen now?
Here.
Brilliant. Okay, ma'am, over to you. Ma'am,
Hey,
I
good
think
morning, everyone. I'm Hazel Trasmañas again from the Department of Trade and Industry Export Marketing Bureau. So we're the export promotion arm of the Philippine government, particularly the Department of Trade and Industry. In behalf of the Export Marketing Bureau, we would like to thank you for inviting us today. And for today's discussion, I would present an overview of the food sector and opportunities for the Philippine food exports to Canada. My presentation will discuss the overview of the Philippine food market, identify the key trends and consumer preferences for the Canadian food market, and discuss the DTI-EMB support mechanisms for our exporters and would-be exporters. According to a study of the International Trade Center, the Philippines still has 49.13 billion US dollar unrealized export potential of Philippine products to the international market. 20.15 billion US dollar is classified as a growth-based potential, which is based on the projected economic growth of the Philippines, while 28.98 billion US dollar is friction-based, meaning it is linked to a simple lack of market research comprising missing information or difficulties complying with non-tariff measures, mismatch between product characteristics and consumer requirements, and difficulties in finding buyers. As a group, agricultural, food, and beverages have an export potential of approximately 10 billion US dollar, 51% of which is currently untapped. Of the 5.2 billion in untapped potential, 54% or 2.8 billion is growth-based potential, while 46% is friction-based potential. So we can see from this that the agriculture and food product from the Philippines has still a large number of unrealized export potential, and it has still a room to grow in the international market. The most important regions for Philippine exports of agriculture, food, and beverages are located in East Asia, the EU, and the North America, which together account for 86% of the country's export potential. Export potential is largest in the East Asia and the EU, although the EU has a higher level of unrealized export potential. And the third most important market is the North America, with a total export potential of 2 billion US dollars. So several types of our products that have still an export potential are bananas, crude coconut oil, pineapples, coconut oil, prepared or preserved tunas, desiccated coconuts, pineapples, mucilaginous thickeners, and then edible parts of plants and tuna. A quick overview of the Philippine food and agri industry. The Philippines is strategically positioned as a key player in the global agricultural market, thanks to our favorable topography and climate that promote diverse agricultural production. The country's top food and beverage export products include coconuts, bananas, processed fruits, and marine products, underlining the richness of its natural resources. The Philippine economy heavily relies on the food and beverage sector, which comprises 25% of the country's production and manufacturing industries. With Filipino food processing are positioned to capitalize on our international market opportunities and enhancing the global competitiveness of the Philippine agricultural export. This is a database from the Philippine Statistics Authority, and it showed that in 2024, the Philippine export of agri-food products increased to $7,129.77 compared to the 5,829.51 figures in 2023. And the agri-food products comprise 9.74 of the total Philippine exports in 2024. This is the latest data from the Philippine Statistics Authority, covering January to November 2025. And based from this data, we also noted that the export of the Philippine agri-food products increased from 6,452.17 million in the previous year to 7,772.18 of the current period. And the top 10 products such as crude coconut oil, bananas, coconut, pineapples, desiccated coconuts, prepared or preserved fish, mucilages and thickeners, fruit or nut juices, and fruit nuts and other edible parts. They comprise the top 10 agri-food products export of the Philippines. In terms of market, we have our top export market for the Philippine agri products are United States of America, followed by Japan, China, the Netherlands, Malaysia, South Korea, Spain, Italy, Indonesia, and also Canada. So this is the Philippine Agri-Investment Requirements, the National Agriculture and Fisheries Modernization and Industrialization Plan 2021 to 2030 as a whole-of-nation plan serves as a directional plan to steer sector-wide growth over the next decade. According to the plan, the Philippines requires 8 trillion investments from both the public and private sources. All regions express significant investment requirements in order to contribute to the NAM-FIP targets. Veering away from single commodity, the NAM-FIP promotes a commodity system approach that encourages a more integrated planning of investments and other interventions to link commodities. 6 systems have been identified under the program, which is such as the commodity neutral, the corn, livestock, poultry, and base, rice-based, coconut-based, fisheries-based, and the geographically specialized commodity system. The Philippines can also serve as a food processing and export hub in Asia and the rest of the world. Nearly 70% of our export goes to RCEP member states. In addition, the Philippines also have an FTA with EFTA member states and GSP Plus access in the EU, GSP in Russia, and the UKDCTS. Currently, the Philippines and Canada are also in the discussion for a bilateral agreement, and we hope to finalize the agreement hopefully within the year or the coming months. So currently, the Philippines has 7 existing FTAs under ASEAN, 3 bilateral agreements, GSPs, and also a member of the largest trading bloc, which is the RCEP. Now we'll discuss about the key trends and consumer preferences for the Canadian market. A quick snapshot of the Canada as a trading partner. So our total trade in 2024 with Canada is amounting to $1.44 billion, which comprise 0.70% of the total share of the total Philippine trade. Our export market is valued at 550.64 million, and our import is valued at $894.05 million. Our top food exports to Canada are desiccated coconuts, juice of any other single fruit, nut, or vegetable, sauces and preparations thereof, sweet biscuits, waffle, and wafers, bread, pastry cakes, biscuits, and other baker's wares, pineapples, other fish, excluding edible fish offal, vegetable fats and oils and their fractions, guavas, mangoes, and mangosteens, and coconut copra oil and its fractions. Latest data, this is based on the latest data from the January to November 2025 data. The desiccated coconut still top as the top export product to Canada since 2024, followed by juice, coconut, sauces and preparations, bread, coconut, crude coconut, sweet biscuits, fish or frozen, excluding fish fillets and other fish meats of heading 03.04, fruits and nuts, and vegetables, fats, oil, and their fractions. According to this Statista, the current population of the 2024 estimated population of Canada is 38.79 million and with a revenue of 136.61 billion in 2025. The market is expected to grow annually by 5.61%, and the daily market's largest segment for food is dairy products and egg with a market volume of 22.94 billion US dollars. Some key trends in Canada's food sector for 2025 are shaped by consumers' attitudes towards supply chain, resilience, sustainability, and the integration of technology in agriculture. Due to geographical and climate challenge, it drives the need for a more resilient food supply chain. So brands have an opportunity to build consumer trust by being transparent about changes in sourcing and educating consumers on new origins and flavors that may result from the supply chain sourcing. Canadian consumers also value both local and global food options, but availability is becoming more important than origin. There is also a duality in consumer attitudes. While some are apprehensive about the use of technology in food production, others recognize its necessity for environmental sustainability and food security. And there's also a sustainability concern, wherein environmental impact is a significant concern for Canadian consumers. And there's also a consumer education engagement where brands are proactively educate consumers about agriculture innovations and sustainability practices can foster loyalty. So food products in Canada include locally produced and Canadian made goods, private label products, and sustainability. So this is this data is the top imported processed food product by Canada. We source it from the trade map. So the top import product of Canada is top import food product of Canada is food preparations, followed by bread, pastry, cakes, biscuits, and other bakerware. Wine of fresh grapes, dog or cat food, raw cane sugar, soya bean oil, preparation for sauces and prepared sauces, chocolates and other preparations containing cocoa, mixtures of odoriferous substances and mixtures, and sugar confectionery not containing cocoa. So several trends in Canada can be leveraged by Philippine exporters to increase their success in the Canadian market. So there's a rising interest in international and fusion foods, wherein a significant portion of Canadian consumers are interested also in new and diverse cuisines. There's also a desire for cultural food experiences at home, and Canadian retailers have recently introduced Filipino-inspired products to allow consumers to experience global cuisines without traveling. Sustainability and ethical production. So sustainability is increasingly important to Canadians. 68% want the government regulation to ensure food and drink are produced sustainably, and most likely they choose products that are labeled as sourced in Canada. So this as an example from a product that has a very good opportunity when it comes to Canadian market in terms of sustainability or coconut oil, because the coconut oil in the Philippines are sustainably and responsibly and ethically sourced. There's also a seasonal eating and novelty. Nearly half of Canadians mark seasonal changes to shift in their food choices, and Filipino exporters can introduce products tied to specific seasons or holidays or even offer limited time flavors and formats to tap into this trend. Snacking and meal also have elevated snackings, sometimes in place of traditional meals. And there's also a collaboration and co-branding where collaborative products such as brand partnerships are gaining traction in Canada. These are some of the top food and beverage brands in Canada based on consumers' recognition, market presence, and recent industry analysis. We have the President Choice, No Name, and Munchies. KitKat Canada, a global brand in Canada that has created unique campaigns. This one is 30-piece KitKat Iftar Bar for Ramadan, which highlights cultural inclusivity and community engagement. And there's also the Hellsman Canada, known for mayonnaise and condiments, and it stands out for its sustainability initiatives such as launching sneakers made from food waste. Okay. So now I'm going to discuss the DTI EMB support mechanism. So it's the Department of Trade and Industry Export Marketing Bureau support mechanism. As mentioned earlier, the export promotion arm of the Philippine government, and we are mandated to oversee the development, promotion, and monitoring of Philippine exports. And we provide the exporters the enabling environment to make them globally competitive. So some of the services that we offer are we do conduct business matching. So this can be an inbound business matching or an outbound business matching, where we facilitate business meetings between buyers and suppliers. We also have the export assistance and trade facilitation. So we assist would-be and exporters when it comes to registrations, and also registration also in their accreditation as an exporter. We also have facilitation when it comes to terms of reference that the Department of Industry also have offices in the other parts of the world, so we conduct meetings together with our post. And we also have mediation in case there's a dispute between buyers and suppliers. So we also conduct mediation. And the EO certification, it is just a current service that the DTI EMB provides. These are for MSMEs or exporters that 70% of their total sales are into exports. So we provide an export-oriented enterprises a certification where they can avail of a zero VAT rate under the Create More Act. So for any questions or any assistance that you think the EMB can provide, you can please send us an email through these email addresses, and you may also follow us on our social media. Thank you very much, and we'll be here for any questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hazel. That was certainly a lot of information, but definitely we've been getting questions. But like what we've told the group later on, we will be fielding the questions later on so that we can have them in one go, and hopefully the speakers will be here, to answer these questions. Okay, thank you very much again, Ms. Hazel. So now for the next topic in session for today's seminar, and the topic would be a presentation on Philippine export rules and procedures. We have Ms. Maris Regis, the President and CEO of Airspeed International Corporation. Ms. Maris Regis is an experienced logistics professional with over 40 years of expertise in project management, strategic business development, business solutions, operations, and international logistics. Apart from her roles as the President and CEO of Airspeed International Corporation, she actively participates in multiple industry organizations. She has held leadership positions, such as serving as a board director at Air Cargo Forwarders Philippines Incorporated, board director and president at the Philippine International Sea Freight Forwarders Association from 2015 to 2017, board director at the Philippine Multimodal Transport and Logistics Association Incorporated from 2019 to 2022, and vice president of Ocean from 2024 to 2026. So with that, let's give a warm welcome to Ms. Maris Regis to talk about the presentation on the Philippine export rules and procedures. Ma'am, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Marco, for that introduction. Can you hear me? Is the audio clear for everyone?
Coming through clearly, ma'am.
Okay, that's good. So we now start with our presentation. We're sharing it in a while. So can you now see it on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. That's great. Again, thank you for the introduction. And first of all, thank you for inviting Airspeed, inviting us to be part of this seminar. And we're glad to be here. And good evening and good morning to all of you out there. First of all, Airspeed is a Filipino-owned company that we offer multimodal end-to-end logistics solutions that has been in the forefront of serving various industries, especially time-sensitive products like perishables, marine and agricultural products, aviation, pharmaceuticals, and life sciences. These are those industries that are really time-sensitive, and that is really required also when handling food products. So aside from that, we are really not only aside from the business portion that or the commercial side, we also believe in building businesses, impacting lives, and empowering communities. So we are supporting the small and medium scale industry here in the Philippines. Now, to give an overview, Airspeed's core services are multimodal freight forwarding, customs clearance, storage solutions, and specialized logistics. These are catering that would require specially designed logistics requirements for special products. And our newest product right now is the e-commerce fulfillment centers that we have right now. Airspeed has an extensive network in hubs. First of all, in the Philippines, we have more than 11 branches and more than 80 partners, considering that the Philippines is an archipelago. This allows us to be able to reach manufacturers, producers, small and medium scale industries, and small and medium scale companies and exporters all over the Philippines, and being able to move them all over the world globally, having more than 90 countries or more partners all over the world. In the Philippines, we have more than 300 transport vehicles, both owned and rented. And we have more than almost 1,000 employees all over the Philippines, highly trained in handling, providing logistic solutions. And at the same time, we have our modern technology that will support us in our daily operations and provide easier visibility to our customers. Now, I think earlier Ms. Hazel was able to provide the importance of the Canada market. Canada is a high-value, stable market for Philippine products, and there's, as she mentioned, there's really a demand for the products that we have, whether it be fusion or regular. But then moving the cargoes from the Philippines to Canada would really depend on a lot of things. One of that would be regulatory compliance, which is essential, especially for exports, and reliable logistics in providing the transportation. So Airspeed has been in the industry for 40 years, and we have handled a lot of foodstuffs, perishables, live tropical fish, tuna, these past 40 years. And we see that compliance was really one of the biggest barrier to be able to successfully export their products. So we are looking at here the target exporters of processed foods, fresh and frozen agri-products exporters, and MSMEs wanting to enter Canada for the first time. So the goal of this session is basically to understand what is required, avoid costly delays, holds, or rejections in moving their products from the Philippines to Canada. So we're looking at product and market readiness, export documentation, regulatory and quality compliance, international shipping, and the Canadian import clearance at the other end. So for the Philippines, I think prior to going to the actual shipment, we have to take note that each entity should be an accredited export or exporter of record here in the Philippines. They have to have that accreditation with the BOC. So that is the one portion that they should be able to comply. Furthermore, I think for those who are handling food products, they should have their registration at the FDA. I think that's a requirement for all food products, or depending on the products that are going to be exported. Now, going to the actual export activity, what are the documents more or less required? The commercial invoice and packing list, certificate of origin as needed. Then we have the export declaration. We can assist the exporters here in putting up their export declaration. And as I mentioned earlier, the need for the FTA or the LTO and product registration for food and phytosanitary certificates for agri-products. Well, we can assist the exporters in preparing all these documentary requirements so that they can have a seamless exportation going to Canada. And I think that's very essential. We have encountered a lot of exporters, especially in the small and medium scale industries, who are not knowledgeable how to go through this activity. Next is what we want to emphasize is also to ensure product labeling information already aligned with Canadian standards. So this has to be properly coordinated with their Canadian buyers. So there are some Canadian import rules, and I think the Canada part can further expound on this later on if they can further expound. There are key Canadian authorities like the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, the Canada Border Services Agency, and what is the critical requirements to be able to export to Canada, especially for food. It is English-French bilingual labeling. I think that's very essential. Ingredients, disclosure, and allergens. Importer of record in Canada. So we have to make sure that for seamless movement, the receiving party in Canada is also an importer of record. And food safety preventive controls as applicable or as needed by the Canadian government. So most of the delays really do happen at this stage because documents don't match what Canada requires. And this is the portion that we are able to assist the exporters to check with our partners, or it's also important for them to check with their buyers what are the requirements in moving their cargoes to Canada. Now, when you move the cargoes, there are some key decisions to be made. Now, it can be a sample shipment, it can be a commercial shipment already. So key decisions would be like, do you move it by air or by sea? We all know, but moving it by air is really faster. We have direct flights to Canada, but we can also have flights going through transit stations. Now, so depending on the product, you have to decide if it's going by air. Like fresh foods normally go by air. Now, dry goods can be by ocean, but we also have reefer vans for reefer containers that would require temperature controls for their products for sea freight. Sea freight can be for other dry goods. Another consideration, of course, will be the cost and how urgent is the cargo needed at Canada. As mentioned earlier, there are some cold chain requirements. So if it has to be reefer, full container van, or it can be in temperature control with dry ice, temperature controlled packaging with dry ice, depending on the temperature requirement of the product. And most but not the least, but for the commercial aspect, there has to be clarity on the terms, the Incoterms that are made for selling the product. Will it be Ex Works, FOB, DDP? So we are able to clarify the responsibilities of the exporter and the importer and the carrier at certain points within the movement, within the whole supply chain movement of the cargoes from Manila to Canada. So what are our tips, aside from being prepared with all their documents? So first of all is really plan lead times early. If it's going by air, at least we know that the transit time is from, if it's a direct flight, 2 to 3 days transit time. Now, if it's by ocean, can be from 30 to 40 days, depending on the shipping line being used. and depending on the product that's being exported. So that's why we have to plan the production so that we're able to align the lead times both in transport and manufacturing. Now we align production, documents, and booking schedules. So that's very important so that the goods would arrive at Canada when needed and in good condition. Now, we are very proud that we have been handling this type of products, and that it's very important that each one will be able to work with logistics partners familiar with food compliance, and that they're able to assist and guide, especially the first-time exporters, especially for small and major scale exporters, to be able to plan and move these cargos seamlessly. Common exporter mistakes. So one would be incomplete or inconsistent documents. That would even go as far as having the right HS code. It can be you have experienced in the past that if it's a wrong HS code, there is a delay in the customs releasing, right? Now, very important to take note also that their partner who's receiving the goods has a Canadian importer of record. Then labels, as we mentioned, there's a need for English and French labeling. And third would be underestimating inspection time. So for us, we've always advised our partners that we should treat compliance as a business investment and not a cost. And we should always plan accordingly to make the exportation a seamless activity. Now, for our exporters there, Airspeed can handle your export documentation coordination. Freight forwarding, we can give you options, whether air by sea, whether it's urgent, express, or rush, or it can be immediate. We can even do hand carry if needed, or other OBC requirements as needed by the client. This is something that we have done mostly for healthcare, the OBC and the hand carry, and also for key industries that we're doing. Now, cold chain and time critical shipments, we're handling that. Offer you platforms and updates for your end-to-end visibility. So basically, our goal is simply to help Filipino companies and also MSMEs products arrive on time, comply, and be competitive in the Canadian market. When rules are understood and logistics are aligned, Philippine food products can truly compete in the global market. So I think that's something that we should be able to take note. And furthermore, in summary, as mentioned earlier, Canada is an opportunity-rich but rule-driven. We still have untapped potential, as mentioned also by the data provided to us earlier. But then, for us to make it happen, we should compliance starts before production and not before shipping. So we have to be aware of what is needed to be able to comply with exporting the product. And last but not the least, strong logistic partnerships can reduce risk for your businesses. And we here at Airspeed, we are here to make it happen for you. So if you have other questions, you can email me. And again, due to there are more other aspects or other information that we can provide, but we can do it. We can approach you. You can get in touch with us, and we'd be glad to be able to help provide solutions to all of you for exporting to Canada. And we're looking forward to being able to expand this market, this trade lane between the Philippines and Canada, and vice versa. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maris, for the very informative presentation. And I believe at least from just those two presentations alone, our participants have been learning a lot. And we have more insights and bits of knowledge that will be shared by the rest of our speakers for the day. So for our third speaker, I have the honor and pleasure to introduce Mr. Philip C. Young, who is Assistant Secretary and Special Assistant for Export Development. But I was also informed by our colleagues that he has been designated as the Undersecretary for the High Value Export Crop Export Development Program. A distinguished business administration graduate and Jose P. Rizal First Honor Awardee from De La Salle University, Mr. Young is a passionate and advocate of international trade in agriculture and has represented the Philippines in over 40 countries, serving as the lone food sector representative to the European community before the EU was established. He's also recognized as the father of nata de coco in the Philippines and Japan, and has pioneered its use in food, beverages, desserts, and even medical applications, as well as introducing banana chips for breakfast cereals to global markets. He is a recipient of the DTA Golden Shell Award and the Agora Award, and brings decades of expertise in agri-fishery products, agriculture, rice and grains trading, and international food processing with Operation Certificate and ISO, HACCP, Halal, and the European Union. He is a founding member of the PhilFoodX, the Export Development Council's chair of the Networking Committee on Agri Policy. He's also an executive committee member of the Export Development Council. He is a trustee of the Philippine Chamber of Agriculture and Food, and an active member of PCCI and PhilExport. So without further ado, I bring to the IFEX seminar today Undersecretary Philip C. Young for a presentation on sharing of experiences and best practices by Philippine-based exporters of food and agri-products to Canada. Undersecretary, we are honored to have you here, and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. No? Good morning, good afternoon on the Canada side, and good morning to the Philippine participants. No? The topic that's assigned to me is sharing of experiences and best practices by Philippine exporters. No? With this, I have to divide my discussion or presentation into two chapters. No? First chapter is sharing the experiences of exporting to Canada. No? And I will say that this was my past life as a private sector. And second chapter is where I am now. I'm now with Department of Agriculture as your public servant. Okay. First, I would like to discuss my experiences as an exporter, especially to Canada. For the last 40 years, no, I have the experience of exporting to Canada, no, or almost or more than 40 years. No. Well, of course, no, if you want to export not only to Canada, but to any country, no, you must know, of course, you must know your product. Okay. If, let's say, for Canada, if this will comply with CFIA, which is the authority inspecting the compliance of all importation to Canada. Aside from the ingredient, the processing, and most important also is the labeling requirement. So that is the most important thing before you introduce your product to any market, no, and including Canada. Now, you must define which market segment you want to distribute your product. Many of our exporters, we're fortunate that we have 12 million Filipino OFW, and that's already a ready market. No? And for Canada, we have 100,000 of kababayan, and that is also a ready market. So one is to determine whether you want to focus on the Filipino market or Asian market, because some of the products are being consumed also by our by the Asian population. If you want to sell to, or you want to sell to mainstream, or both, no, Asian and the mainstream, no, or your product is for HoReCa, no, for the hotel, restaurant, and catering, no, or this is an industrial product, or if this will be used or imported by repacker, no, like banana chip. Many of the banana chip are exported to Canada, not for direct selling, to the consumer. No. Although there are some fruit snack bean that are sold to the supermarket, but however, these are under concessionaire basis. So, but many of the banana chips being exported are being repacked by the importer repacker. So it's very important that you need to understand what kind of distribution channel, the segment you want to export, and to have a good partner. No? When I say good partner, that will be the importer. No? Who is specialized or who is dedicated in distributing the product to this segment, market segment that you want to sell. Of course, in choosing a distributor, uh, regardless of size, uh, you must have a good partner because the success of your business in that particular country will depend on a good partner who is the importer or your distributor. Or you might have exclusive distributor or non-exclusive distributor, meaning you can sell to anybody, okay, to any importer. Of course, as I mentioned, the success of your business in that country will depend on your partner, the importing uh, company. Uh, so the partner there should be a reputable, with good integrity, and who will grow the business with you. And in fact, the most important is to protect your business also. So briefly, this is what I can share as my experiences as an exporter in my past life. Now, with my present life in DA, Department of Agriculture, uh, this office, Export Development Office, is created by our Secretary Francisco P. Lawler Jr. And this is the first time that DA has an office dedicated in export development. Because when we talk of export before, we always refer this to DTI, to export, particularly to Export Marketing Bureau. Now, with the establishment or this office now, we work closely with DTI. As a matter of fact, there is a memorandum of agreement that was signed by Secretary Roque and our Secretary Francisco P. Laurel Jr. for a closer and formal working relationship. And this really, this has improved. And right now we're working very closely with DTI, especially on the matter of export promotion. Okay. So, okay. Uh, okay. Uh, Export development actually is a multifaceted activity. It is not just now that I'm with the government and DA, export development is not only just selling. So export development now includes is a multifaceted component or activities. We're now looking at. I mean, we have to be concerned about supply. And just recently, last December, the the setup of the supply aspect, actually it used to be under one office, and the secretary decided to break this down into three offices. Coffee being a very big item, is now assigned to one undersecretary, and the export commodities is now assigned to our office, no? And all the domestic crops is now with the current high value crop office, which is under another undersecretary. Um, of course, in export development, for us to be competitive, I think it was presented earlier by Hazel. FTAs, bilateral agreement, are very important. In fact, we are faring below compared to other ASEAN countries. Uh, Quality, price competitiveness. No? Now that the export commodities are assigned, there are 40 commodities that uh, we discussed with the secretary or are given to us. So we are now looking into the value chain, no, of the whole export commodity, especially on supply. No? So we are now discussing the framework, no, in the development of these export commodities. The development of all of these commodities that are now assigned to our office. Uh, we would like our framework is the commodity should be market driven, demand driven, and technology driven also. Now, as a matter of fact, we're now having several meetings with some of the agri experts, scientists, including UP Los Baños, UP Camp Group, the Coalition of Agri Modernization Program, on how we can improve our competitiveness in terms of yield, supply. So we are now addressing this. We're preparing a program for this, of course, logistics, as discussed by Airspeed earlier. The market access issues, the technology, the infrastructure development, and its strategic trade and market promotion, among others. For the strategic trade and market promotion, we have organized a task force, and this is a multi-agency task force working with various offices because within DA there are many offices who are doing trade promotion and organizing international trade exhibit. We have several offices, BFAR, PCA, AMAS, and our office. DTI EMB is organizing also some trade show, international exhibit, and outbound business matching mission. SITEM actually is mandated actually to do all the international trade exhibit. So we organized a task force last year, and among all of these agencies now, including Minda. By the way, we invited Minda in the very recent meeting. Minda is Mindanao Development. We are now trying to collaborate also with Minda because we do understand that they are also organizing international exhibit. And we would like to have a convergence. We'd like to have a convergence in our international trade exhibit and promotion. My personal, and I'm sharing with the group, that my benchmark will be TIFEX, which has become very important trade exhibit in the region, but not only in the region, it's been visited by most of the importers or who are interested in the global business. TIFEX started with the slogan or with the theme as food ingredient of the world, but they became ambitious after a few years. Their slogan now is to be the kitchen of the world, and they live up to that. And this is what the Convergence Group, the task force, is now doing, uh, developing the team agreeing on one format and also identifying who should be responsible for to organize and what are the supporting roles of each agency. and also the criteria for the participant. No? Okay, next slide. Okay. When this office was organized, we started with 2 staff, and we immediately looked into the performance of our agri export. No? And I think earlier Hazel has presented how we are faring with all other ASEAN countries. No? And we're now leveling the playing field. No? And we address who are the top uh, crops or commodities that we have to immediately protect. And first is the banana industry. Not the order is not uh, by importance, no, but these are the major export commodities. Banana used to be to contribute to almost $2 billion, no? But now it's down to $1 billion for the reason that it has been infected with the Fusarium disease. No? So we have already we have invited a Japanese multinational who just the technical team had just visited and discussed with the banana industry, the PB, particularly the technical committee of PBJA, on what help they can extend. And aside from that, we would like to strengthen or to institutionalize the support, the revitalization. So we came up with a banana industry revitalization and export development plan. And I'm happy that the PBJ, the exporting group, and our office are working very closely. And the bill has been passed for the industry revitalization and export development plan. And I'm happy that this coming Monday will be the second hearing in the House. And hopefully this bill will become a law that will sustain the support and will have appropriation to continuously support the revitalization of this industry. And we're also doing some industry as for other crops. We're doing the same for other commodities, and we're working with each commodity group. One is the mango, and now that 14 commodities are identified that will be assigned to our office, we're now preparing program for each commodity. Okay. So, next please. Okay. The other thing, the other component, I know, the ease of doing business. We'd like to support and assist the exporter on the ease of doing business. Not only exporter, but the SMEs, particularly, especially the SMEs, business enterprises. We know how difficult it is. There are so many regulations, etc. And we've started consulting various business sector, and we have scheduled the second half of February, where we will have various DA regulating agencies to meet with the private sector and listen to them what are the difficulties and how we can streamline the regulation requirement, the permits, for with the objective of ease of doing business. As a matter of fact, we have already done one. We've already done one. We've been successful, with simplifying the importation of the allocated sugar for the sugar-based exporter, processor exporter. And this has already been signed and approved by the Secretary. We had several consultation with the private sector, with the agency, Sugar Regulatory, and finally this was signed, and we have cascaded this already, no? And this is officially published already. Okay. Aside from that, we do not want to just focus, no, on the big commodities or crops, no. And we're also working now with DTI on the development of the SMEs. No? As we know, 99% of our business community are the SMEs. No? And for us, to contribute to our economy, to contribute to our export, we have to develop. No? And as a matter of fact, this Friday, we will be meeting with our regional directors, no, of all regions, in order to get their help, no, in identifying what commodities, what crops in every region that we can develop for export. Okay, yeah, this is a copy of a specimen of the memorandum of agreement signed between the DTI and DA. Okay. Okay. Aside from that, our secretary, no, Secretary Francisco P. Laure Jr., is a very proactive, coming from private sector also, being a CEO of a big business conglomerate. He knows, no, the sentiment, the feeling of being a private sector, and he always tell us, let's engage to the private sector. Let's consult the private sector. It is the private sector who knows the business, not us, but we are here to support. You know. And as a matter of fact, the secretary meets an organization composed of various stakeholders almost every month, no? Or every 45 days. He personally spends more than 3 hours or the whole afternoon listening to each sector. And with his directive, we established a help desk, no? Export help desk. Okay. We know that many of our exporters, when they have some concern, they do not know they do not know which office to approach. Okay, so we have created, and in fact, we launched this last Friday, the Agri Export Help Desk. No? Okay, it is composed of various regulatory agencies, and if there are any concern from among the exporters, they will send it to us, and we will send it to which particular regulatory agency. And we have a timeline that within 24 hours, we have to dispatch this to the regulatory agency, and within 36 hours, they have to respond directly to the stakeholder. So this was already launched last Friday, and this is already operational. Okay. So aside from that, we have a regular monthly export talk, agri export talk. First is we shared with the stakeholder the various offices, what each PA office is doing, and now we're listening to them, what are their concerns, and we invite expert or resource person giving talks, every month, in order to share and to address also the concern of the exporter. Now, the High Value Export Crop Development Program, which is now assigned to our office, as I mentioned, there will be 3 undersecretaries to handle the high value crop, and the export crops are assigned to us. The 14 export crops that are now assigned to us. We we have divided this, into the priority. We cannot immediately, with limitation on resources, we cannot immediately address all the concerns of the commodities. So we divided this into the priority, the potential, and the emerging commodities. So we have do some brainstorming. This is just a tentative framework. Our framework program will focus on market and technology driven, and of course, looking into how to improve the profit of the farmers' income. Without improving farmers' income, that crop will not be sustainable and value adding. Now, I'm happy to inform you also that the Food Development Center and is now also assigned to our office jointly with Food Terminal Inc. So we'd like to develop the industry and enterprise. And we're identifying what are the unique selling proposition, not only within the Philippines, but vis-a-vis against our ASEAN neighbor. And what are the health benefits, because this is the trend now. So this will be one of the framework that we're now looking into. Okay. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yusek, for that very insightful and highly contextualized presentation. That was very exciting to see the programs in the pipeline to energize our various elements of our export industry. Thank you, sir. Now, for more information on sharing of best practices and experiences by Philippines-based exporters of food and agri-products to Canada, we're also pleased to have Ms. Millet Celones de Malanta, Export Sales Manager of Mega Prime Foods and Mega Sardines. And as I've mentioned, she works for Mega Prime Foods Incorporated, which she joined in January 2025. She holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Business Economics from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. She brings extensive experience in international trade and export management, having led and contributed to export operations for leading food brands, including Mamacitas, URC, KSK, and Cool C. Throughout her career, she has successfully expanded global distribution networks, executed cross-border sales strategies, and driven market growth across multiple regions. So once again, everyone, please give her a warm Zoom applause for Miss Millet Celones de Malanta of Mega Prime Foods Incorporated. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you for that introduction, Marco. May I request for the host to allow me to share?
We will do that, ma'am.
Yes. Good
Let me
morning and good afternoon, good evening to everyone who's in this online seminar.
Yeah. We will make you a co-host. Right, let me just make sure that I'm getting that right. For some reason, I'm gonna, yeah. Just make sure that you can give your privileges. Eleanor, could you try it from your end? For some reason, I can't.
Sir, co-host na po.
Okay, got it. So, ma'am, the privileges should be available na po to share. Let's see again. That's okay. Privileges should be available. Can you try this time around, ma'am? We've just yep, co-host now.
Okay, yes. Presentation.
Yes, ma'am. We can see the presentation, but you might need to speak a bit closer to the mic so that the audio can come in clearly.
Okay, how about now? Am I loud and clear?
Much better, ma'am.
Okay, hi again. Good morning and good evening to everybody in Canada. Good morning to the one who's here in Manila. I am Nelette de Malanta. I am the export manager of Mega Prime Foods. So Mega Prime Foods is the manufacturer of Mega sardines from the Philippines. So just a brief history of Mega. In 1975, it was founded by Mr. William Fubin and Ms. Mary Fubin. They established a small fishing company in Bicol. Then in 1995, they relocated to Zamboanga and eventually launched the Mega Sardines brand. They launched during the next years, they launched several industry innovations. So that includes the catching to canning, the fish pump process to ensure the freshness of the sardines from the laot, what we call laot, from the sea up to the canning facility. In 1995, we also started the Easy Open Can. And over the next few years, Mega diversified its product portfolio. It now has tuna, mackerel, canned fruits and vegetables. And then in 2022, it launched the Mega Prime Foods as a sales and distribution arm. And in 2024, it expanded into having a manufacturing plant in Batangas. Just last year, Mega Prime Foods celebrated its 50th anniversary. Our purview of the business of the company, our main business is really into the fishing. So the company operates a fleet of around 90 fishing vessels with over 900 fishermen. It's committed to its trademark of the 12-hour catch to canning process. Our canning produce more than 3 million cans of sardines in a day across all our plants. We have fully automated system to support consistency and quality of flavor. We also do distribution as we market and distribute sardines and other products in our portfolio on nationwide and also abroad. So this is what I'm in charge of. So exports already. And since we are a very Filipino brand, our products are exports is mostly those countries that has a high concentration of overproduction. So export our main markets will be the North America, so that includes Canada. We also export to the Middle East, the top markets there with the South Japan. Also to Europe, so in the Netherlands. And what I'll be talking about the experience of Mega as well about the exports to Canada. And just to show you that we highlight our main actually almost 90% of our exports is for the sardines, the dead and what we call the dead ingredients. So it's the tomato sauce and the tomato sauce. So as mentioned earlier by Cesar from the DTIPMD, why Canada? It's a growing multicultural population, so it's a natural market for our products, for Filipino products. There is a strong demand for affordable, shelf-stable protein. So this aligns perfectly to what we offer. So it's the Mega Sardines. There's an increasing interest in healthy food options. Canada has a well-structured and transparent import market, so it allows exporters to have reliable distributors to operate efficiently. And then the retail environment also supports long-term brand growth. So this is our export experience, and this is the export reality that we had. So number one really is that quality and compliance is non-negotiable. This is actually the foundation of our exports. We need to be compliant and we need to ensure that what we produce and what we export complies to the regulations of the country. So as mentioned by the airspeed, CFIA compliance ensures that you need to know your product very well, and that you have to have correct nutrition facts and product labeling. So in Canada, you have uh, you need to have a bilingual label. You should have English and French translations. So I'm sharing here and then the samples of our labels, and you need to have complete documentation for your export shipments, not just on the Philippine side, but also on what the Canadian customs require. Okay. And number two, you need to have strong importer coordination. You need to have a reliable importer, and also because aid matters for exports. Aid, because we ship via sea. Most of our, it will take, if it's for Vancouver shipments, it will take 25 days direct shipment. If it's going to ship out to Ontario, it will take more longer days. So I think about transit time about 30 to 40 days. Number three is that advanced planning is essential, especially for us, because our company adheres to the fishing ban.
Let me see who's
It's very hard. Actually,
Right. May we request participants who are not the speaker to go on mute, please?
Angela Bugil.
okay. I'm sorry about that. So just to return, so number three, going back, advanced planning is essential. This was mentioned earlier also, especially for us because we adhere to the fishing ban of Sardinas from the Philippines. So it's close fishing season now from November 15 up to February. So it's very important that you coordinate your orders in advance. Plan your packaging, plan your availability of all materials or any other ingredients that needs to be put in the products as we ship them out as per schedule. And then also number four is that consistency builds trust. Mega has been exporting to Canada for more than decades now. So it's continuously growing and we have shown consistent quality. But we have had our lessons along the way. So in the sense that the retailers and the importers already know about the product, the company, and the brand, and they know that we can be a reliable supplier. Number five, we have to understand that there are market preferences. What I'm saying here is that it's different markets, different approach. An example here that I can tell about Mega exports to Canada is that locally, our packaging for the Mega sardines is in 100 pieces in one box. So this has been the packaging that has been accepted already nationwide within the Philippines. But for Canada, we have to downsize as the market not really demands, but it will be beneficial for us and our distributor and also the retailer that we ship them out in smaller pack pieces of 40 weeks. So that's what we have been doing. And then the last thing about our experience that we have to think long term. So what we have been doing for the past years is that we have been consistently improving on our services for export distributors, and that we ensure that we also do promotions with the company. So with them assisting us. Actually, our distributor will also be talking to us. We will see the importer side. So this is the exporter side of the system, of the process. So just to say why we have been doing very well in Canada exports, why Mega Sardines, we're the Philippines' #1 brand of sardines. We're producing freshly caught sardines canned within 12 hours. We export already to millions of households across Asia, Greece, and other export markets. The company complies with international certifications and standards. We also have consistent quality and supply. So these are just some of these are the certifications that are important for exports. So to see system, we have to see system, we also have another one that also would like to emphasize is that this the Black Oil Mega Sardines were awarded as a superfood by the Medical Wellness Association. So we have many articles supporting this already. So it's a nutrient-dense product. It's naturally sourced. It's rich in omega-3, so it has essential vitamins and minerals. That's why it's important for you to know your product and to know how you can market your product. So that's it. Thank you for
Thank you very much, Ms. Millet, for that wonderful presentation. And I can see a lot of people already chiming in with their questions and other comments in the chat box. So keep them coming in, guys, because we'll have a read through of those comments and questions. So thank you very much again, Ms. Millet, Celonis de Malanta from Mega Prime Foods Incorporated for your presentation. Now, just for a bit of a change in pace for our session today, we have a quick talk, no, on an invitation to the International Food Exhibition, or IFEX, running from the 21st to the 23rd of May 2026 in Pasay City. And to talk through it is Ms. Katrina Pineda, who is the Division Chief, Trade Promotion Services for Consumer and Allied Sectors, Consumer Business Department, Department of Trade and Industry, Center for International Trade Expositions and Missions, or DTI CITEM, right? Aside from that role, she is also a project manager for Sustainability Solutions Exchange and buyer marketing for IFEX Philippines and SSX 2026. She also acts as an officer in charge for events, marketing, and promotions, focusing on trade promotion for consumer and allied sectors. So we are honored and very privileged to have Ms. Katrina Pineda today to talk about this year's IFEX happening from the 21st to the 23rd of May 2026 in Pasay City. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much, Marco. And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. I am Katrina Pineda, and I'd like to thank PTIC Toronto and also our Philippine Consul General in Vancouver inviting us in this webinar. Can everyone see my deck now? And can you hear me clearly?
Yes, ma'am. I think it's just loading up to be full screen. There, it's full screen now. I think there's just a bit of a bar on top that prevents me from seeing the full presentation. Okay. Yeah, much better now.
Okay. So again, I'm thrilled to introduce to you everyone IFEX Philippines, your premier gateway to the Asian food market and especially the ASEAN market. This is taking place on May 21 to 23 at the World Trade Center, Metro Manila. And this isn't just a trade show. I'm so happy to hear Asik Philipiang of his really passion for having IFEX every year, especially for our MSME exporters on food and food production. So it is where the best flavors and ingredients of the world meet the future of food innovation. because IFEX Philippines is no longer just a local event, but it's actually an international food exhibition that's participated in not just by Philippine exporters, but also international exhibitors. So let me just walk you through some of what we have in store. But before that, I know that my colleagues from EMB also presented to you the opportunities and the export prowess of the Philippines in terms of food. And okay, yeah. All right. So, but basically, why are we sourcing food in the, why are we sourcing or we would like you to source in the Philippines? So for our Canadian partners, the Philippines serves as your strategic gateway to Asia, and we offer unmatched market access through our strong ASEAN trade relations. And incidentally, next year the Philippines will be hosting the ASEAN Summit. So IFEX Philippines will be part of the main activities that's happening around the country during the ASEAN Summit. And likewise, we are a global powerhouse in agricultural exports, leading the way in pineapples, bananas, tuna, shrimp, and carrageenan. In fact, we supply 70 to 80% of the world's carrageenan supplies. Our strength is built on agricultural excellence and world-class quality. Beyond our famous mangoes and coconuts, we are emerging as a leader in health food and health-focused sustainable food innovations. Whether you need premium raw ingredients or plant-based alternatives, the Philippines provides tomorrow's food solutions today. So let me just show you this video of what we had in the last IFEX Philippines.
Welcome to the grand opening ceremony of the country's premier food trade show, the IFEX Philippines 2025.
Our economic future must be green.
The promising quality of Filipino flavors guarantees that your growth here is truly limitless. To be with this community once again is to see our cause for optimism. We look forward to each of you making the most of IFEX Philippines and showing the world what the Filipino bring to the table.
Okay. So IFEX Philippines is a massive networking opportunity. So we have thousands of visitors and buyers that come to the show. We have hundreds of Philippine exporters and international exhibitors that join the event. And we have like thousands and thousands of products that you can see related to food. It's really a dynamic space for Canadian businesses to discover the big trend or the next big trend in food.
Welcome.
All right. So everything you need to expand your market offerings is under one roof. So these are the product categories that we have for IFEX Philippines. So from bakery products and snacks to seafood, meat, dairy, functional, nutraceuticals, whether you're looking for a reliable staple or a new brand to launch in the Philippines um, or especially in Canada for Philippine products, we are your ultimate partner for success. So please note that another later on I'll show you more features about the event, but one thing's for sure that if you're also looking for private label products or you want to do private label with Philippine exporters or Philippine food, you can also do that in IFEX Philippines. So Canada, as you can see from this figure, Canada is already one of our top visiting countries. In 2025, we facilitated over 200, nearly 250 business meetings. These are pre-arranged, ensuring that every minute that you spend in IFEX is really worthwhile. So if you are coming into the show, especially if you register early, we can certainly pre-arrange meetings for you with our exhibitors in IFEX Philippines. And we value our international partners. To provide you with a great sourcing experience at IFEX, we have exclusive buyer perks, buyer incentive programs, and services such as airport reception, special partner hotel rates. We also have a dedicated buyer's lounge for all our buyers, and of course the B2B activities that can be organized for you while you're visiting IFEX Philippines. But you can level up this um, visit in the show by participating in any of our buyer campaign initiatives or our buyer program, one of which is the very important buyer program, where qualified BIBs, with the help of our PTIC in Toronto, and perhaps also with our Philippine Embassy in Canada and the Philippine Consul General's office in Vancouver, can help us identify who these qualified buyers are that can receive incentives or enhanced services such as travel accommodation and transport assistance. If you need a liaison officer to help you go around, we will also be providing your own exclusive VIB kits, and you will also have networking opportunities on the show floor. And please take note, if I have not mentioned it earlier, but I would like to highlight that one of the parallel events that we have with IFEX Philippines is the Sustainability Solutions Exchange. So this will also be together or along within the same dates of IFEX Philippines. And you can be an IFEX Philippines BIB buyer or an SSX BIB buyer. So another thing before I go on, if there are any from our audience who would be interested to also explore the opportunity of showcasing your products in Canada to the market of IFEX Philippines, you can certainly do so by participating in the exhibit. Because after all, IFEX Philippines is open to international participation. So if you're interested to do that, aside from coming to IFEX as a visitor or a buyer, you may also consider joining as an exhibitor to showcase your products to the Philippines market and to the wider ASEAN market. So because this is where your brand shines the brightest, and IFEX is more than a marketplace. It's actually a stage. It's a stage for you. This is where you can tell your story, you can highlight your innovations, and you can join global conversations on the future of food. So when you showcase in IFEX Philippines, you're not just putting your products on display, you're also putting them in front of decision makers who matter. So if you're interested to do that, please feel free to reach out to us, and we can certainly assist you in making that happen. All right. So okay. Okay. So then let me now go through some of the key features of IFEX Philippines, and this would be these features are created to enrich the experience of both the exhibitors and the buyers that come to IFEX Philippines. So just to give you a sneak peek of what's in store for 2026, let me walk you through some of them. One of which, and what I mentioned earlier about private label, is the G-Mart or the Grocers Exchange Mart, which is a high impact hub where buyers can source innovative, market tested products from artisanal staples to cutting edge food and beverage ready for the private label market. So if you have a private label needs, you can look for the Gmart Hub, so you can check out the exhibitors that provide private label services or can produce private label products for you. Meanwhile, in the flavor finds, this is our discovery zone for on-trend items like vegan bagoong and plant-based artisanal snacks that are redefining modern palate. So explore these and more, such as the open house, where pavilions you can see authentic products from 17 different Philippine regions. So you can buyers can look for or be able to find homegrown products such as ubi powder to premium calamansi, etc. So we have that for open house. And then in line with this, you can see some of these ingredients in action at the IFEX kitchen. So we will have live culinary demos by industry experts and top chefs during the IFEX Philippines. And finally, witness the pinnacle of innovation through the Kata Awards, which honors excellence in taste, packaging, and sustainability. So this one, Kata Awards, we do this every year for the participants, and we also highlight them in a special setting for Kata Award winners. Now, one of the key features of IFEX Philippines this year is the second edition of the Sustainability Solutions Exchange Conference and Exhibition. So in line with the global trends, we are deeply committed to a sustainable food economy. And we are proud to feature SSX alongside IFEX Philippines, it is a platform that connects you with green solutions from eco packaging and green agritech to certified organic products. And we invite you to be part of this. Now, we understand that some of the sustainable solutions or sustainability solutions are actually imported or come from other countries. So in Canada, if you have products or services that you think would fit the Philippine market and be able to provide sustainable solutions, especially for our MSMEs, you can certainly join also this one and have an exhibition to showcase your product and services. So you can either join IFEX Philippines or you can join SSX if your focus is more bringing sustainability solutions to the Philippine market. Okay, so this is going to be May 21 to 23 as well. And this will also be together with IFEX Philippines. So let me just show you a snippet of what happened in the last SSX, just to give you more context of what SSX is all about and why are we doing this alongside IFEX Philippines.
Welcome to the Sustainability Solutions Exchange, or SSX Conference 2025.
SSX is a Sustainability Solutions Exchange, which is a new project and program under SITEM. It seeks to empower MSMEs and helping them in their journey towards circularity.
So it is not about what the European Union can do in the Philippines. What this partnership will also bring is indigenous knowledge, practices, techniques, materials, where we in Europe can learn from the Philippines.
So traditional systems follow a take, make, dispose model. The circular economy disrupts that by aiming for regenerative cycles. Businesses and consumers are essential in this model, enabling resource efficiency and reduced environmental impact.
We will explore more engaging formats, forge a stronger connection across various sectors other than food, and develop tools and approaches that businesses can use towards making sustainability part of their core values. Together, let us build a greener, more resilient economy for the Philippines and beyond.
All right. So I presented to you two opportunities to be part of IFEX Philippines, and you can either be an exhibitor, so we can provide you with group participation package if that is of interest to you. At the same time, we can also have you and welcome you as a visitor or a buyer for the event. And this is one of the buyer programs that we have, especially those that are putting together a team or a delegation of 10 trade buyers that come to the event. And if you need more information about this, we encourage you to Firstly, reach out to our commercial attaché, Mr. Mario Tani at the PPIC Toronto, and he can help you out in enrolling or applying for the VIB program, as well as also be participating in the exhibit. Or you can reach out to us directly through our contact details here. I'm with the buyer team, so you can also contact me or Miss Vicky Arellano. For the exhibitor team, it's going to be Ms. Zara Bagayas. And for SSX, you can certainly reach out to me or Ms. Shelly. And please, we encourage you to please follow us in our social media, whether it's in Facebook, in X, Instagram, or in LinkedIn. Thank you so much, and good morning from Manila.
Thank you very much, Miss Katrina Pineda, for that walkthrough of what to see and expect in this year's IFX. So that was very, very interesting and very, very exciting for, I'm sure, for most of us here in this call. Now, for a presentation of Canada's import rules and procedures, because as you know, the import-export game, so the import-export dance, it takes two to tango to do that. And we have the honor and the privilege to have Miss Aliyah Blay, and she is the National Manager of the Food Import Team within the International Affairs Branch at the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, or CFIA. She holds a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of Ottawa and has been working in the area of food imports since 2011. Ms. Blay specializes in import requirements under the Safe Food for Canadians regulations and the Canadian import process. In her role, she leads strategic initiatives to ensure compliance and facilitate safe trade, supporting Canada's commitment to food safety and international collaboration. So everyone, let's give a warm welcome to Ms. Aliyah Blay of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning and good evening to everyone. Firstly, I'd just like to say thank you for inviting me to speak today to everyone. I do really enjoy presenting on this topic. So as was mentioned, my name is Aliyah Blay, and I am the National Manager of the Food Import Team within the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. I have a presentation. I think Eleanor will be sharing that for me. And so basically what I'd like to do today is just to go over, it's going to be a little bit of an overview. There's a lot of information, but given the time that I have, I will give you a little bit of an overview, and then I'll point to you where you can find more information on the topics. So if I go to the second slide, so just to give a quick idea of what we're going to talk about this morning, I'm going to go over a little bit on the food import process for Canada, and then I'm going to touch a little bit on the import requirements. And so where I will discuss what are the import requirements for the food importers. And when I speak about food importers, what I'm speaking about are the importers that are located in Canada and buying the products from the Philippines and bringing them in, working with their suppliers in the Philippines to bring them into Canada. I'm going to also share with you a little bit on the food labeling requirements, and then we'll touch a bit on the Canadian standards and guidelines. So if we go to the next slide. So just to give a little bit of a context, and it kind of ties in a lot of the information we've already heard this morning, but Canada is the 6th largest food importer in the world. And so we actually import quite a bit. We import $52 billion a year of food, and we're importing from 194 countries. And so if you ever take a walk around the stores, any Canadian stores in the Canadian marketplace, you will probably notice that approximately 40% of the food in that store is imported, because you can tell by the labeling on that food. And we have a big domestic market that produces a lot of food, but we do that by importing the different ingredients needed to produce that food. Now, there are many factors that influence why we need to import as much as we do. And firstly, the first one being, and where I'm sitting right now, if you were to look outside, you would see mounds and mounds of snow. So there is limited availability at the national level for us to grow and produce all the food that we'd need for our consumers and our citizens. We also have a very culturally diverse population. So a lot of people that live in Canada have immigrated from another country, and they like to be able to purchase foods that remind them of home and purchase foods that come from their previous home. So it allows those different unique flavor profiles to also integrate itself into the Canadian cuisine. And then we have many free trade agreements with various trading partners. And I believe I can't remember the name of the speaker that started this morning, but they did speak about the ASEAN Free Trade Agreement, which is being negotiated. So it has not been finalized, but it is in negotiations. If we go to the next slide. So when we're talking about imports into Canada, the CFIA, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, is not the only government department that plays a role with imported food or plays a role in this area. What we also have in Canada, different government departments, such as Health Canada. Now, Health Canada is I like to call them our technical partners because they're responsible for establishing health and safety standards for the different foods. They approve things such as food additives. They do risk assessments, and they set what we call residue limits. And you may have heard of maximum residue limits or pesticide residue limits. This is the role of Health Canada, to do the assessment and determine how those things affect consumers when they eat a certain product and how much would be permitted in a food. We also have, as you see on the screen, Global Affairs Canada. Now, Global Affairs Canada, they're the government department that one of their main jobs is negotiating those free trade agreements with the different trading partners. But they're also responsible for administering import permits on what we call supply managed foods. And those are supply managed agricultural products. So those are things like dairy, poultry, different sort of agricultural products, not all of them, but certain ones. And usually that's based on the fact that we have a significant domestic market in those commodities. And so they're managed by the supply management group in Global Affairs. And then the last government agency that plays a role in imported products would be the Canadian Border Services Agency. Again, they were mentioned earlier today. And so their role is at the points of entry at the border when those products arrive in Canada. And their role really is to enforce the Canadian legislation at the border. They review documentation that come in with those shipments. They would perform any sort of examination on those incoming goods. And then their role also is to make that final decision on the admissibility for shipments to enter Canada. So if we move over to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about how the import continuum works in Canada. So this image here really demonstrates the shared responsibilities across this import continuum. And so what it's showing in this slide really is how CFIA, my department, works with the CBSA, who sits at the Canadian border. Now, CFIA, we set all of the rules, we set the regulations and the policies related to the imported food. And then, as I mentioned in the previous slide, CBSA is there to enforce those rules at the border points. What we're also looking at here on this slide is that relationship that's required between the importer in Canada and the vendor or the exporter supplier in the foreign country. So that's another really important relationship in this import continuum. It is important for the supplier to have a good relationship with the importer in Canada. And this is really helpful in order to meet any of the requirements that are very specific to Canada. And again, some of it was mentioned this morning. We talked about bilingual French and English labeling, and that's something that is unique to Canada. And it's important that the goods that are coming in are meeting those requirements, because then they're already ready to go onto those the store shelves. So if we move over to the next slide. So when we're looking at the import process, and I was mentioning there is a importer in Canada, and then there's the supplier in the foreign country. In this example, in the Philippines, there are certain key steps that the importer in here in Canada are that they need to do. So firstly, when they're looking at importing a product, they need to identify what the requirements are. And the reason why I say that is because depending on the specific food commodity, the requirements can change. First and foremost, any food that's imported into Canada, the importer that's located in Canada needs to apply to get a license to import that food. So that is one of their first things that they need to do. But when they're identifying the requirements, we have this tool that's on our external website, on our website. It's also accessible to anyone across the world. If you access our website, we have this tool called the Automated Import Reference System. We call it AIRS for short. And basically that is a guidance tool that helps to outline what the admissibility requirements are for any of the commodities that CFIA regulates. So when you access this tool, it is based on the HS codes for those commodities. And when, for example, like we've heard about a few different commodities this morning from the other presentations, but if you were to look up something like pineapples or desiccated coconuts, you would look it up based on the HS code, and then it would tell you if there was any sort of requirements with respect to that commodity. And so, for example, automatically you will see that it says there is a license, a Safe Food for Canadians license that's required. And then if there are any other certificate requirements or any other things that need to be met, that will be listed in this tool. Now, it is the importer's responsibility to meet these requirements, but it is also good for the exporter or the supplier to understand what those requirements are, so you can work together and help the importer achieve and obtain anything that they need to get that commodity into Canada without any sort of hiccups. So I've already touched on the second key step, which is obtaining the permissions. I spoke about the license that they'll have to obtain, and then I mentioned certificates. So again, it depends on the commodity, the country of origin, the destination. Sometimes for commodities, especially plant-based commodities, it depends on where it's going in Canada, which specific province, because the requirements could change. So there's those sorts of permissions. It also depends on what is the end use. If you're sending something to Canada that will eventually be used for for consumers, for human consumption, that may have a different requirement than something that's being sent to Canada to be used for producing some sort of pet food or pet treat. And then sometimes an inspection might be required if the importer is bringing in what we call maybe a higher risk commodity, such as dairy products. And then the third step for the importer is to declare the goods for clearance at the border. Now, usually that is done using a broker, or if the importer is set up to do so, they can declare that product. That can be done electronically, and the information that's declared or sent about the shipment, it will be sent to the Canada Border Services Agency, CBSA, and CFIA for a decision. And if everything is met, if all the admissibility requirements are met, and what I mean by that is if the certificates, the documentation, the license, if those things have been obtained and they're all valid and good, then the release recommendation will be sent to CBSA and the importer. So if we move to the next slide. So once all of those pieces have been met, the importer has looked up the admissibility requirements, they've obtained their permissions, they've declared the shipment that's coming into Canada. Once that shipment arrives at the Canadian border, this is where, if you recall on that picture that I showed in the earlier slide, this is where the goods, the shipment is going to be meeting CBSA. And so when it arrives at the border, it's going to be processed according to standard procedures to determine the release. Now, CBSA, they're a separate government agency to CFIA, so they have their own specific process in terms of handling shipments and goods that are coming through the border. Now, keep in mind, food is not the only commodity that comes through the border, so there's many different things that come through. So that's why it's super important to make sure everything has been squared away before those products are sent to Canada, and everything has been figured out and obtained and that's required for that shipment. Now, once the shipment arrives, it doesn't matter by which means, air, freight, doesn't matter, plane. What could happen at that time is that CBSA is going to verify the shipment details that was declared. They will look at what CFIA has recommended as a release, and they may do a visual inspection at the border, just to verify that the shipment itself is matching the information that was declared. On some occasions, they may ask for CFIA to come to that border entry point to do an inspection. And then they will make a release recommendation or a release decision. And then if that shipment needs to be further inspected by CFIA, then the CBSA would tell the carrier that the shipment needs to be, for example, held at destination for further inspection. But these are kind of some of the actions or activities that happens when a shipment arrives at the border. So we'll move to the next slide. And what I'm going to talk about here is the importer requirements and the import requirements under the Safe Food for Canadians regulations. So the Safe Food for Canadians regulation, it applies to all food that is imported, exported, and traded between our Canadian provinces. And so there are three key pillars for food businesses. Those pillars are licensing, preventive controls, and preventive control plans. And the last one is traceability. So what I'm going to do is in the next few slides, I'm going to go over those three components and talk a little bit about what they mean and what they are. And so, Eleanor, if we can just move to the next slide. So So in the SFCR, so the goal of licensing is to assign accountability and enhance the rigor of the food safety up and down the food supply chain. So, and I mentioned before in the earlier slide, most commercial shipments that are sent to Canada must be imported by an importer who holds a Safe Food for Canadians license, an SFC license. And as I mentioned too, the importer they're usually located in Canada. So they're the ones that need to hold the license. The suppliers or the foreign supplier or the exporter in the Philippines do not need to hold a license. You just need to work with an importer in Canada that has a license and can bring those products in. What's important here is going to be the discussions that you have with the importer in Canada to make sure that the requirements for that food product is understood and those requirements are met before the product arrives in Canada. So then on the next slide, we are going to talk about the preventive control plan. And so that was the second pillar that I mentioned of the Safe Food Canadians regulations. And so preventive controls, the preventive control plan starts with the preventive controls. Now, the preventive controls are based on the principles of HACCP, which is the hazard analysis and critical control point. And what we have in our requirements is that the preventive controls also include procedures related to investigations, complaints, and recalls. So as I mentioned, the relationship with the foreign supplier is really key in meeting these requirements. The importer in Canada needs to ensure that the foreign supplier or the exporter has food safety controls in place. And so what they'll need to do when they're trying to meet these requirements under the regulations, they have to be able to list the product that they're bringing in, but also list all of the hazards that would be associated with that product. And when they list those hazards, they then need to be able to explain or show that their supplier or the exporter in the foreign country have controls in place to meet those or to control those hazards or to reduce those hazards. So they need to have this information related to the conditions of the establishment or the treatment or processes that are taken on the food, and they need to ensure that their supplier is operating under a HACCP-like system, because we know that in that case, then the food is being produced in a safe and environment that makes food that's safe for human consumption and not carrying as many risks. The third pillar that I'm going to talk about in the next slide, I'm going to talk a little bit about what information the importer needs. And I kind of touched on that just now, but just so we're kind of clear on what Canadian importers may ask of their suppliers. Sometimes we'll have importers that are asking their suppliers for more information about the food that's being exported. Like I said, such as the manufacturing practices, the food safety controls that are maybe in place along the production line. They're going to want to know, like, what are the hazards that the supplier has identified with that commodity and how they're being addressed. If the importer has other hazards that they think is associated and inherent with that commodity or that food, they're going to want to ask the supplier how those hazards are being addressed as well. Sometimes you'll have importers ask whether or not the supplier has any sort of third-party certifications or programs in place. And I've also seen examples where importers in Canada have gone and visited their foreign supplier to do their own on-site visit and to verify the controls that are in place. Gives them an extra level of comfort, but at the same time, it also gives consumers in Canada more comfort knowing that there's all of these food safety controls in place for the foods that they're purchasing. So on this slide, you'll see that it says that the last two bullets, these are not regulatory requirements. So it's not something that the importer must do, but we know that there are some importers that will do this as a means of demonstrating that the foods that they're sending or importing into Canada are being prepared under safe and sanitary conditions. If I go to the next slide. So the traceability requirements is that third pillar, that third key pillar under the Safe Food Canadians regulations. And with respect to these requirements, importers are required to keep traceability records. So on the slide, it outlines the things or the components that they need to have within their traceability records. Firstly, they need to be able to identify the product, and that's like via a common name, the name and principal place of business, and a lot code or other unique identifier. So this information would be on the packaging of the product. Importers are also required to trace back. So this is the date on which the food was provided to them and by whom. So in that case, if they've imported that food commodity into Canada, it'll be that the date that that food commodity arrived and who had sold them that food or who supplied that food to them. And then they also, the other part of their traceability requirements, they must also be able to trace forward. So if this is if the importer has purchased imported food that they've purchased from a foreign supplier and then they send it to a distributor, they need to be able to demonstrate or show who they provided that food to and on which date that they provided that food. This information is very vital for the CFIA when we have a food safety concern or an outbreak, and we need to be able to trace that food and sometimes even get that food off the market if there should be, if there is any sort of food safety concern. So if I move to the next slide. So this slide outlines the kind of summarizes some of the import requirements for food. So regardless of the type of food that's being imported, all foods that are imported into Canada must meet the requirements of the Safe Food for Canadians regulations. And so what this means is that they need to meet the food safety and nutritional standards. If the food that's being imported has a specific grade that's outlined in the regulations, it would have to meet that grade. Certain commodities have specified container sizes. They need to meet the labeling requirements. We have some commodities that also have food safety and plant health requirements or food safety and animal health requirements. Again, this is determined based on the country of origin and the commodity that's being imported. And again, it is outlined in that tool I mentioned that's online, AIRS. So it's in that tool. If there are plant health or animal health requirements for the commodities, that would also be listed in there. There's certain requirements. If the food commodities are organic, it'll need to meet any sort of organic certificate requirements. And again, on this slide, the blue font is their hyperlinks, so it'll link you directly to those pieces of information on our website. What I didn't mention on this slide, there's on the third bullet, I talk about IBR documents. What that means is incorporated by reference documents. So basically, those are documents that are actually part of the regulations themselves They're housed outside of the regulations, but they are considered to be the regulations. And so are requirements that would be met. And that's again related to grade standards of certain vegetables and fruit commodities. If we go to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about the labeling requirements. So when food is being manufactured for the Canadian market, it is very important to understand how those foods must be labeled. Most of the foods that are sold in Canada are required to be labeled with the common name, date marking and storage instructions, the dealer name and place of business, net quantity, nutritional facts table, again, and the net quantity nutritional facts table, depending on the commodity, you're not necessarily going to see a nutritional facts table adhered to a single pineapple, for example. But on processed or processed fruit and vegetables, you'll see those on the packaging on the external part of it. Something that's very important as well is the list of ingredients and allergens. That is a requirement for the labels and packaging of foods. In Canada, there are 10 priority allergens. And keep in mind that these allergens may not be the same as allergens for some other countries. Probably very close to what the allergens are for the US because we kind of live in the same area, but for example, in the EU or other countries may not have the same priority allergens as we do. So you'd have to be aware of what those are and determine whether or not it's required as part of the label. And again, mentioned earlier today, the label needs to be in both English and French, and the information on and representations on the food labels must not be misleading, and they must be truthful. And then some imported foods will require, imported foods require a country of origin labeling. At the bottom of the slide here, we have another tool on our website. It is called the Industry Labeling Tool. It is a great tool that explains all of the different types of labeling requirements for the variety of foods that can be imported. So it's broken down by dairy, fruits and vegetables, honey, etc. So it's actually a very useful tool to better understand how the labeling requirements would apply to specific commodities. And so again, that's a hyperlink on the presentation for that tool. If we go to the next slide. So when foods are imported into Canada, they need to meet the Canadian food safety standards and guidelines. And I kind of alluded to that a little bit when I've been speaking today, but some of the food standards for food in Canada may not be the same as for other countries. For example, if you're exporting something to the US or if you're exporting something to an EU member state, they may not have the same standards as the Canadian standards. So it's very important to understand what those food safety standards and guidelines are for Canadian products or products that will be sold in Canada. So the links on this slide does link to our food safety standards and guidelines. And some of the things that I do like to point out on this slide, which would be relevant to imported foods, especially if we're looking at fruits and vegetables, you want to be paying attention to the maximum residue limits for pesticides. If you're looking at prepackaged foods or like things like honey, etc., you need to be looking at the list of permitted additives or the maximum levels for chemical contamination. So some of these things are very important. We have also our policy on Listeria monocytogenes, on ready-to-eat food. So these are understanding what these requirements are vital in ensuring that your commodity is able to come into Canada and sold in stores and not have any issues while it's being presented to consumers. Now, I know that I've spoken a lot about a lot of a lot of different pieces of information this morning, and I've only barely kind of scratched the surface on it. So on the next slide, what you'll see is this is a little bit of a snapshot of our website. So if you'd like to have a little bit more information on the things I talked about this morning, I do recommend that you visit the website. This website is the same website that would be used by the importer here in Canada. So I always recommend to foreign suppliers to go and take a look at the website, familiarize yourself with the information that is there, so that when you're having those discussions with your importer about how the commodity needs to meet the requirements, you'd both be working with the same understanding and the same information. So on the slide, I've circled a little bit of the pieces that we spoke about. So food safety for industry was those links that I mentioned. The food labels under that section, that's where you'll find the industry labeling tool. And then in that area that's importing food, animal, or plants, there is a section for that's labeled as food. And so all of the information related to importing food is there. And then AIRS, that tool I mentioned, is the top of the box. Import rules, AIRS, that is the tool that would tell you what sort of admissibility requirements. That tool is actually very useful because it also includes a lot of the food safety links or the guidance links or links to the labeling tool. So it tries to be a little bit, we try to be a little bit comprehensive in that AIRS reference database. And then at the bottom where it says contact us, I've highlighted that as an option for in case you have questions and you want to submit a question into CFIA about a specific commodity, you can use that contact us box. So on the following slide, on the next slide, you'll see that it shows you a little bit about how that box, like if you were to click on to contact us, this is the information that would come up. And then it just to highlight some of the things that you can ask about. So I've come to the end of my presentation. Again, thank you very much for inviting me to speak to you today. I could speak for hours. Trust me, you don't want me to, but I could speak for hours on this topic. But I will end there.
Thank you, Ms. Blair, for that very, very comprehensive presentation on or comprehensive overview on various aspects that may be of importing materials to Canada that may be of interest to our attendees. So thank you again for that presentation. As I've mentioned in the chat box, we have some people already asking questions in the chat box. So if the speakers are ready to answer the question in the chat box, we figured that it'd be more efficient if you could answer them directly in the chat box, so that it's also on record for those that are listening in today in this session, as well as those that are observing the chat box. Now, for our next speaker on presenting again more information on Canada's import rules and regulation procedures, we have Mr. Leo Tian of ChemLink, and he is a seasoned expert in regulatory compliance, leveraging years of experience with the REACH 24H. His primary focus lies in the regulated food and cosmetic sectors, where he translates complex global requirements into actionable strategies for international businesses. Mr. Tian has been instrumental in managing high-impact regulatory and market service projects, especially strategic collaboration with governments, associations, and trade agencies, including policy and market performance, offline briefings, and webinars. Thus, Leo possesses a comprehensive understanding of the evolving regulatory landscape and the specific demands from international enterprises. So we're very happy and honored to have Mr. Leo Tian of ChemLink to give us a presentation on Canada's import rules and procedures. Mr. Tian, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you for your introduction. Let me can you see the slide here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great, wonderful. All right, good morning, everyone. Good evening to the Vancouver side. My name is Leo, and I'm with Camlink. It's a pleasure to be here with you, the best of the best in Philippine food. So today we're talking about a market that is very hungry for what you offer. I think Canada is absolutely a fantastic market, diverse, high value. But of course, like many other major markets, Canada has rules, especially when it comes to food. So my goal today is very simple, to take the complex technical language into a simple 10-minute roadmap. So I believe you will find that some of my content has been addressed by Aaliyah previously. So I think that that's something what we need to emphasize to the Philippines food company. All right, before my sharing today, please allow me to very quickly introduce us. So Camlink is a membership-based platform and has been concentrating on regulatory compliance for global major markets for 14 years. We offer regulation updates, analysis, webinars, trainings, etc., and consultation, of course. You're welcome to sign up with our platform and acquire the updated regulatory information. Yeah, without any further ado, let's get to today's topic. We're going to focus on the 3 most important things you need to know to succeed in Canadian markets. Let's start with the overview of Canadian regulations, some background. So when we talk about rules, we need to know who is in charge. Canada adopts a federal, provincial, and municipal administrative system for food safety management. This 3-tiered approach ensures effective oversight and cooperation among authorities. Federal government is responsible for food produced and sold in the whole Canadian market, while the food safety agencies at a lower level are limited to the supervision. So in today's session, we will focus on federal level regulations and the requirements. In Canada, at the federal level, food safety is overseen by 3 primary competent authorities. The first one is Health Canada, which develops food regulations and policies. Another one is Canadian Food Inspection Agency, CFIA, directly involved in enforcing food regulations and policies, conducting inspections and taking appropriate measures to ensure food safety. The last one is Canada Border Services Agency, responsible for ensuring that imported food complies with all the Canadian regulations. So Canada's food legislation system is built on 2 very clear levels, acts and regulations. So acts are considered superior to regulations. Acts primarily serve as the legal foundation, providing the overarching framework, while the specific implementation rules and the requirements are typically outlined in corresponding subordinated regulations. When we dive into regulations, the Safe Food for Canadians regulations, CFSR, is a very significant one. In particular, it focuses on 3 core elements: licensing, preventive control plans, and the traceability. Firstly, licensing requires companies involved in food sales, imports, or exports to obtain a 2-year license that can be renewed. Next, preventive control plans ensure compliance by establishing guidelines for hygiene, pest control, equipment, personnel capabilities, and procedures for addressing complaints and recalls. And finally, traceability requires to keep food traceability records for 3 years including consumer and supplier information. The second key regulation is the food and the drug regulations, which provide detailed provisions on the manufacturing, packaging, labeling, storage, import, distribution, and the sales in the food sector. It sets the specific product standards and requirements for a vast range of food categories, which you can see listed on the right hand of this slide. This includes everything from foundational products like dairy, meat, and fats and oils, to highly specialized categories with their own unique rules, such as food additives, infant food, novel food, and supplemented food. Now, let's move into the import requirements. We will look at what the food needs and what the importer needs. First, all the food must meet the general food safety requirements outlined in SFCR, meaning it must be manufactured and handled under sanitary conditions. Second, the product must comply with all applicable standards for grades, net quantities, and labeling. Third, you must meet any specific import requirements for your particular commodity. Certain foods like dairy and fresh fruit have their own dedicated sets of rules. And finally, for some high-risk categories like meat and shellfish, the product must originate from a country and a specific establishment that has been pre-authorized by the CFIA. Now, let's turn to the obligations of the importer. Notably, it's very important to understand that foreign business generally cannot export to Canada directly. That is to say, the Philippine food companies cannot export by yourselves unless you become a non-resident importer. So I believe most of the time you will need a licensed Canadian partner as your importer. So as an importer, you must create, implement, and maintain a written preventive control plan, a PCP for short. You also need to develop formal procedures for handling recalls and complaints. Of course, you must have a license to import food. And another crucial thing is you must ensure that the food you are importing was prepared under conditions that provide the same level of safety as food prepared in Canada. You're also required to maintain food traceability records. And lastly, let's look at the import process. We will walk through the step-by-step import procedures. Then we will introduce a critical tool you will need to use, the automated import reference system. So generally, there will be 4 tasks before your import. First, you must understand your food and its risks, ensuring the product complies with all Canadian requirements. Next, you're required to develop a preventive control plan. This is your written plan that demonstrates how you control food safety hazards, and having it is a condition of your import license. So moving on, you must obtain a Safe Food for Canadians license. An SFC license is required for all food imports and is valid for 2 years. And finally, you must develop a documented complaint and recall procedure. This is a core component of your preventive control framework and ensures you are prepared for any post-market issues. So when the shipment arrives, 2 things happen. Importers must finish import declaration. This is the formal electronic submission you must make to the Canada Border Services Agency. It includes a complete product description, HS code, and all other required information. And it must align with the AIR system, which we will discuss shortly. And for border inspection, all food shipments are subject to risk-based inspection conducted by the CFIA. They may conduct document reviews, physical examinations, or sampling to confirm compliance. Depending on the outcome, shipments may be released, detained, or refused entry. So after import, your obligations continue. First, you must keep traceability records. These records must be retained for at least 2 years after the food is sold and must be retrievable with 24 hours if requested by the CFIA. And second, you must actively maintain your preventive control plan. And third, you must be prepared to implement your recall and complaint procedures. And my final part today is about the automated import reference system. So AIRS is a reference tool that contains all the latest CFIA import directives and regulatory requirements. So its function is to determine the exact import requirements for your specific product. It does this by taking you through a series of questions and answers based on key determinants like HS code, country of origin, destination, and intended end use. So this screenshot on the right shows the system's homepage, which is the starting point for finding the commodity you export. Here I would like to give an example. For instance, if you want to import fresh mangoes and want to know the relevant import requirements, we can check step by step through the system. Firstly, enter the product name or HS code. If you're not sure about the HS code, simply input the keyword mango, and you will see a row of specific product names and HS codes related to mango. Then choose the region, Asia, and country, the Philippines. And finally, select the purpose of the product, like human consumption. And then it will display the import information that you need. All right, to summarize, exporting to Canada is a journey of preparation, focus on 3 things: partnering with a licensed Canadian importer, ensuring your products meet food requirements, and maintaining perfect traceability after your sales in the market. I think Canadian market is waiting for you. So that's all for today. Mabu, hi, thank you very much. And you're welcome to reach out to us if you have any further detailed questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liu Tian from ChemLink. And I think I personally appreciated the visualization of the process that you put in. And like what we've mentioned in the chat box, the recording of this session will be transmitted to participants of this seminar. So you don't need to worry about the materials, the recording, not just the slides, but the entire explanations will be transmitted to you. All right. So for a presentation on for a presentation on of Canada-based distributors of Philippine products, we have several speakers for this that will be coming up on cue. But first up on deck will be Mr. Christian Chan, the president of New Almanic International Limited. Mr. Christian Chan is an entrepreneur and a business owner with experience across retail, food service, hospitality, and import distribution. He is the president of New Almanic International Limited, and he's the owner and president of Kumusta Mart International Limited, where he developed an innovative ethnic convenience store driven by database SKU selection and multiple revenue streams. He also co-founded and operated operates restaurant and hospitality ventures in the Philippines, including a Chinese restaurant and a hotel, and leads New Almanic International Limited, an import, wholesale, and distribution company serving Asian and Filipino grocery stores, restaurants, and chains across Canada. He holds a Bachelor of Commerce in Marketing from the University of British Columbia and has a strong background in branding, operations, and market development. So, everyone, let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Christian Chan, President of New Almanic International Limited, for a presentation from one of the Canada-based distributors of Philippine products. Sir, over to you.
Thank you so much, Marco, for that very warm, and very great introduction. So I'm just going to see if I could share my screen. Give me a second. Okay, got it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So DTI. So thanks everyone for attending, for everyone in Manila, for everyone in Vancouver. Thank you for attending today's session. The main objective is basically that was given to me is just to present some best case practices for selling products in Canada, but at the same time, exporting and the general industry as a whole. So my presentation is very similar to a presentation I gave a few months ago at a similar DTI event. And the reason why it's very similar to that is because I feel like foundationally similar to what our previous speakers have already mentioned. So Aaliyah and Leo, mainly the focus of it is on compliance and just getting the fundamentals right. I think that's one of the big things that we need to wrap our heads around when we're thinking of trade in general. So I'm just going to talk about our agenda. So introduction, we'll just be talking about 3 key focuses. I'll be talking about the implications and opportunity costs and conclusions and Q&As that could happen directly to me. I'll also leave my email and LinkedIn information if anyone wants to connect or ask questions outside of the presentation. So I'll just quickly go through this already because Marco already gave me a warm introduction. These are some brands that we carry, but let's just go straight into the meat of our presentation. These are some of our partners. So 3 key focuses. So we'll be talking about the alignment of Canadian regulations and compliance. What's really good is I feel like there's a lot of meat in CFIA, Health Canada, and in general compliance, but Aaliyah and also Leo gave a lot of really good information. So I might not need to actually go too much into detail. Second would be supply chain and infrastructure constraints. And thirdly, market access, business awareness, and global competition. So first of all, it's about alignment of Canadian regulations and compliance. So one of the key things that they already mentioned, and I don't want to go in too much repetition, but CFIA has its own regulations, and if we are planning to import products, so let's say me or any of our other importers who are here in this presentation right now, if they are importing anything from Canada, what they're trying to do is they're going to look at the quality of the products, looking at the SOPs of the manufacturing, and double checking if those products are actually legal. So if I were, for example, to go to IFEX, which we regularly do, and look at a few products, a good example would be there are some products that are historically what we call backyard manufacturing. So let's say banana chips or garlic chips or maybe some cornic. If they are in your local packaging, usually as an importer, I would advise the exporter side that they need to have export compliant packaging. So that is not only what Ms. Aaliyah mentioned in terms of having French translations, having French ingredients, but also the actual packaging itself. Is it foil packaging? Is it ready to export? Is it durable enough to meet the distance of from the Philippines to anywhere in Canada? It takes 6 to 8 weeks. If it's in Vancouver, it's easier, but if it's in Toronto, it has to go through Canadian Rail. And in some cases, when we transport products trans-Pacific, through Canada, we've also experienced sometimes where products explode because of poor quality of glass in the Philippines or microfractures, or the product is not weather tested, basically. So there's a lot of moving pieces in the compliance process, but the main idea is to get the product that is of quality manufacturing, and at the same time make sure it's packaged in a quality packaging so that it arrives to Canada safely and it can be consumed safely. So that's something I usually would advise to a lot of the people in the Philippines. If they're exporting products out of the Philippines, they have to think and they have to align what market am I trying to sell to, right? So Canada, the US, EU, the Middle East, these are like the main, I would say, big markets of the Philippines. So each of these distinct countries have their own distinct regulations, and that's something that needs to be calibrated to ensure that on the export side, we can actually work with more export-ready manufacturers. So yeah, increased friction in the ability to bring products into Canada and the ease of export from the Philippines. So if we make it easier to export products, meaning the products are they're battle ready, they're battle tested in terms of durability, then that's a lot easier. Versus if we go to IFEX and we meet with, let's say, 100 companies and 50 of them want to export, but they're not aligned, so their packaging is just like a thin plastic, or it's not ready to export, then that's something that needs to be calibrated. And again, yeah, increased barriers means decreased business on a macro level. So I would say for a lot of us buyers, we want to work with, obviously we want to work with more suppliers that have good products, but if those barriers to entry to even buy the product is very difficult, it's going to be harder for us to deploy our cash to be able to buy products if it's going to take a long lead time or the product is just at the very infant stage of its product development. Okay. Second, so supply chain and infrastructure constraints. So when we talk about infrastructure, especially in the Philippines, we talk about the different ports and logistics and how that affects the costs. So there are different ports in the Philippines, and Philippines is known for a lot of commodities. Yeah, coconuts, pineapples, mango, and a lot of other products, but they come from different parts of the Philippines. So something to consider here is how can we get product out of the Philippines faster so that the products don't age. Something that's very key to consider as an importer, or if anybody here is planning to import products into Canada, is that there are significant lead times when it comes to the Philippines. And also consumers in Canada want products with freshness. So trying to limit the lead time of when the products are manufactured to when they are shipped, to when they arrive, to when they are stocked, to when they are delivered. So those are something that is important to note as well for an exporter. So as an exporter, if I'm in the Philippines, I want to make sure that I have good communication with my buyers and at the same time with the shipping line so that products don't sit. Because if they sit, what happens is when it arrives to the Philippines, and a lot of other industry folk can also attest to this, but basically when products are what we call short dated in the market, meaning they are items that aren't as fresh. And in this case, Canada tends to want products that are usually more than 6 months left on the product. So if we encounter short-dated labels or short-dated products in general, customers would usually, especially for us as an importer, we mostly deal with other supermarkets or we do B2B, they will usually ask for deeper discounts so that they can sell the product. So that's something that it's harder to control, but that's something that once it's aligned, it does reduce those kinds of friction for the whole supply chain. So I think that's something that needs to be emphasized when dealing with your export-import relationship. So if anyone here is going to IFEX, it's also important to understand your manufacturer's lead time for their production, their fulfillment. Are they in the south? Do they need to, or is it inter-island? These are things that need to be taken into consideration because there's additional costs. And at the same time, you need to ask your manufacturers too, will they want to even deliver? So let's say they're in the north, let's say they're producing in Bulacan, but your other supplier who's who you need to ship out, maybe they're based in Cavite. So that distance is something that will eat into the margin of the product as well. So lastly, the last focus is market access, business awareness, and global competition. So the world is big, very big. Part of doing more business is products have to be competitive. So what I mean to say is there's a lot of products that Philippines has initial advantage for, but because of government regulation or maybe poor support from the government or the advancement of technology, we're lagging behind. So examples of that could be rice, where we were once known for producing a lot of rice, but now it's countries like Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia who are the ones exporting it. There's also frozen products from Philippines that are being sold in the market, but now a lot of them are from Vietnam, like the fish. These are things that we have to take into consideration on both sides, because for us, we want, even if an importer wants to buy, let's say they want to buy rice from Philippines, for example, but the quality and price and fulfillment and speed of Thailand is that much better. So if the landscape of the exporting country you're going to isn't aligned or isn't calibrated, everything becomes a little bit out of touch. And that becomes very difficult because you're selling something, but you don't know how much it's being retailed for. So you're pricing yourself out of a market because you're not understanding what that market looks like. So I think research is very important. And a key insight here would be, and again, most of the other consumers here or even other business owners know that legacy brands rule. So your top tier brands will always rule the market. So I would say if anyone here is interested in importing new products, I definitely think or highly encourage a feasibility study before the launch. So looking at your retail prices, looking at your wholesale pricing, looking at your margins just before you launch a product. If it's more commoditized, definitely it's not as brand conscious, but even if it's a commodity like rice or maybe like noodles or fish, there are already importers or companies in Canada who created a niche for themselves using their own brands. So that's something to definitely consider. Again, yeah, implications of opportunity costs. Speaking about Canada, we are almost 1 million of total Filipino origin Canadians. There's about 151,000 from this section of 5 years from 2016 to 2021. And we are top 3 in total new immigrants, new PRs, and total immigrant population. So definitely in Canada, in the context of Canada, the Filipinos are a big market. Obviously, this number, if you look at this number compared to the US or Middle East, it's not the same, but definitely in our own specific niches, it's a good amount. And I think the opportunity cost here is thinking about having a fixed mindset and a growth mindset of when you deal with companies here, you can tell if they are your traditional companies who, are still a little bit conservative and who don't want to update or change their ways, but in a way, communicating things like alignment of market and making sure that they are keeping up with the business landscape. That's something that I think as a buyer, we have a lot of power in doing, because if we don't buy, there's no business for them as well. So getting them to slowly change their ways or being able to communicate what would be the best way to grow the business together. And yeah, we just have to go back to basics. So the main takeaway I would say is to reduce friction for export, and for certain best case practices, that would be to have update compliance on both ends. So as an importer, we're keeping the exporters accountable to up-to-date compliance, similar to the front of label updates that CFI has announced. Second would be having competitive pricing. So like any market, if you price yourself out, then there's no way you can sell. So keeping a pulse, so that's the importer also letting the exporter know that these are what the pricing looks like. If you want to continue to sell in this market, then this needs to be the range of pricing. So that kind of keeps the exporter on their toes, helps them to potentially negotiate better deals with their own packaging, with their own volume suppliers, so that they can actually get the price lower. And thirdly, it's overall professionalism. So ensuring that quoted lead times are kept, that there is smooth communication. And it's interesting because in the Western world, we're so used to things like email or calls or quick, clear communication. But in other countries, it's going to take a little bit of an adjustment. So in Philippines, people like to use, for example, they like to use Viber. So there's all these, or it's like the WhatsApp counterpart. So we would also have to adjust. So the importer would have to adjust in ways of communication, but at the same time, there's a way to like meet in the middle. And I think being able to smoothen the workflow can help really match the demand of products that are coming into Canada from the Philippines. So yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. This is my email. You can connect with me as well on LinkedIn. And if there's anything specific I can help with, then that's something that you can reach out to me on. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Christian. That was a very, very interesting presentation and very concise yet poignant summarization of the elements that you are looking for, particularly the main takeaway section. So I hope everyone was able to pick up on that. Thank you again, Christian, for that presentation. Next up on deck for another presentation from a Canada-based distributor of Philippine products, we have on deck Mr. Vincent Uy, President and co-founder of Corinthian Distributors Limited. Mr. Uy is a seasoned business executive and entrepreneur with over 30 years of experience in importation, distribution, and consumer packaged goods within the grocery sector. He is the founder and president of Corinthian Distributors Limited in Vancouver, leading nationwide distribution of Asian and international food products to major grocery chains, independent retailers, and specialty stores across Canada. He also founded 7,000 Islands Food, successfully developing and distributing a branded line of sauces and marinades across Canada and into the US. Previously, he held senior sales leadership roles with San Miguel Corporation in the Philippines and worked in logistics with Future Shop in Canada. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Management from Ateneo de Manila University and advanced management training from IBM Philippines and the Asian Institute of Management. Everyone, let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Vincent Uy, President and co-founder, Corinthian Distributors Limited. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Marco, for a very generous introduction. And thank you, Christian, for a very enlightening presentation. Yeah. Yan will present some slides. I will try to avoid repeating what has been discussed. Yeah. And I will try to keep it interesting. Okay. Yeah, so that's us. Yeah. So brands we carry. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, so these are some, the previous slide. Yeah, these are some of our partner retailers and some of the brands we represent. Yeah, so it's not everything, but it gives you a good idea who we do business with. Next slide, please. Okay, without repeating what has been said, this has all been discussed. That's just a snapshot. But if we're at this point, we're going to talk about sales and marketing. If you haven't done your due diligence with CFIA, Health Canada, CBSA, I would say you're in trouble. Joking aside, doing your due diligence, that helps you, prevents you from getting surprises. And surprises will cause delays in terms of your shipments, what you plan to do, and it will cost you time and money. So do your due diligence with CFIA, as Aliyah said, and if you do your due diligence, there are less surprises, and you can focus on your business. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this was mentioned by Christian as well. So as you can see, the checklists are very similar to what the previous presenters have mentioned. So which for me tells everyone that these are very important points to remember. So there's a lot more than this, but if you remember these important points, it will minimize problems in the future. Next slide, please. Okay, starting the business. Okay. Of course, we all need working capital. So working capital, so you need to have enough working capital to fund your business. That means it's, or in Tagalog, they could call it puhunan. And it should be enough to finance your inventory, your receivables, and enough reserves for you to continue importing from the Philippines without running out of stock or not being able to continue the business. Yeah. You should exercise fiscal discipline. This is a business, so you should be able to separate your business capital or working capital from your personal needs. So for example, if your business is doing well, generating income and revenue, you should not use the revenue to buy something personal. I remember 30 years ago when we were starting the business, one of our customers was not able to pay us on time, and it stretched for quite a long time. I said, "What's the problem? You were paying us quite well. Your business is doing well." Oh, he said the wife needed a car. So the money allocated for the business ended up buying a personal car. So you should have, that's what I mean by fiscal discipline. That's an extreme example, but it did happen to us. So you should be able to separate your business from your personal finances. Yeah. So cash flow management, accounts receivable. In your business, you'll be granting credit to your customers because that's a necessary tool for the business. You should be able to manage it well. That means you don't give excess credit running into 90, 120, or even half a year. The key is turnover and cash flow. Yeah. So you should have a warehouse, enough inventory to fill repeat orders. A garage is not enough, and garage is not legal. It's not inspected by the city inspector. So the garage will not work if you're serious about the business. It should be a warehouse that has been fully inspected, that's clean, that meets all the regulations. Because you also need the space to stock inventory to make sure you don't run out of stock, especially if your business is beginning to do well. Delivery, you will need delivery vehicle. Some businesses start with their own car, which is okay if you're starting out. But once you have regular calls or deliveries to your customers, it's best to buy, lease, or use a third party to ensure deliveries to your customers. Yeah. Yeah. And what's important too is, as Christian mentioned, you need to do a feasibility study, meaning to say you need to do your homework and research what products that you're looking to import to make sure that there's a demand for them, that the price is right, and the supply chain is steady. Yeah. Okay, next slide. So one of the things we did before, and what is valuable to you, is to understand the market. There are many in this business. There are many trade channels. That's a term we use for the different type of stores where you want to do business. For example, the different channels we do business with is Filipino grocery stores, Asian independents, and chains. So Asian independents, if you're from Vancouver, it will be stores like Lucky Supermarket. If you're from the prairies, it's stores like maybe Young's in Calgary, or more Lucky's in the prairies. Or if you're in Toronto, that would be Oceans or Foodie. Yeah. Mainstream chains, that would refer to the Canadian grocery chains like Superstore, No Frills, Save On Foods, Thrifty, Sobeys, or Freshco, and many others. Yeah. There's a significant South Asian population in Canada, much more than us Filipinos. So that's a market that you might want to explore because there's always a possibility that the products you import might be able to cross over to the different cultures in Canada. Yeah. Of course, there's convenience stores. Yeah. Okay. Another aspects of sales planning when you want to import a product from, let's say, the Philippines, is not to forget your 4Ps. That's place. That's as I mentioned, trade channels is place, product, price, and promotions. Product, I would suggest, as I mentioned, do your feasibility study, but avoid what we call Me Too products. What are Me Too products? Me Too products are, for example, there's vinegar from the Philippines, or Dato Puti or UFC. You bring in something similar to that one. That's what we call a Me Too. While per se, there's nothing wrong with it, but if you do a Me Too, import a Me Too product, you're getting into a crowded space. That means the demand has been filled by other brands, and you're bringing a brand that is similar with no added value. So the product you import should have a good value proposition. And what is a value proposition? It's something, just to quote, value proposition is what makes the product unique that will make a consumer buy the product or service. Yeah. So you should evaluate the value proposition. Yeah. If there's no unique quality that will make the consumers buy, is there a unique quality that will satisfy a particular need? If the answer is no, then maybe you should think twice. Yeah. And price. This has been mentioned before. has to be competitive and affordable, especially nowadays with high inflation. We're all experiencing it. High-end products are not the way to go. It has to be reasonable and competitive. Yeah. So, and the fourth P is promotions. Continue if you're in this business, doing promotions, discounts, sampling, social media, anything to create interest in the product and trial you should do it because that's the only way to generate trial and repeat orders. Next slide, please. Next. Yeah. So this has been mentioned, one of the things we did too when we started the business before is to find out what is the universe of the Filipinos in Canada. As mentioned before, it's a growing, Philippines is one of the main sources of immigrants for Canada and continues to grow. So they're doing another survey this year, 2026. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's approaching 1 million. But knowing your market and where the population of Filipinos are living will help you, will play a big role whether your business succeeds or not. Next slide, please. So marketing activities, as I mentioned, we do promotions, demos, discounts, social media. We also do partnerships with the schools in terms of doing marketing programs. So they help us design and programs, and in turn we give them real life experience. So those are some of the things you might want to consider. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah. So some marketing activities we've done before, we've done TikTok promos, Instagram, things to create awareness for the brands that we sell. Yeah. It goes a long way in terms of creating awareness for the brand and creating demand and repeat trial. Yeah. Which is what your customers want. So the whole point of this business is to drive demand, generate repeat business, not just for you, but for the retailers you serve. Yeah. Next slide, please. So, and anyway, so in a gist, that's what I would like to share with you today. I hope I was able to help you and help you understand what you need to run a successful import and distribution business. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vincent. I think the presentation really nailed on some of the fundamentals, whether it's a business, really, whether it's an import or an export business, the fundamentals apply, right? So I think that was a good, it hit the mark on a lot of ways, because sometimes people are just obsessed on the operations of the business without looking at the business fundamentals. And your presentation was a great reminder to keep being brilliant at the business basics, so to speak. So thank you again, Vincent, for that wonderful presentation. Rao, for another presentation from another Canada-based retailer or seller of Philippine food and agri products, we also have in our presentation we also have Mr. Don Plaza, Assistant Store Manager at Lucky Supermarket in Winnipeg. And Mr. Plaza has more than a decade and a half of dedicated retail management experience, and we hope to gain a lot of insight from his presentation today. Mr. Plaza, the floor is yours, sir, for your presentation on your experiences and best practices as a Canada-based retailer and seller of Philippine food and agri products.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Marco, for a nice introduction. Everyone can hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
Oh, okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Dan Plaza from Lucky Supermarket in Winnipeg. And today I would like to share my experiences in sourcing, distributing, and retailing Filipino products in Canadian market. I also talk about some best practices we've learned along the way and challenges we continue to face, particularly during peak seasons. For those of you who don't know Winnipeg very well, we're located right in the middle of the Canada. Yeah, right. It's right in the middle of Canada. So that location gives us both advantages and challenges, especially when it comes to logistics, weather, and timing, supply timing. I want to start by talking about last holiday season, Christmas and New Year, because for us and for many Filipino stores, it is the busiest season of the year. This is when demand of the Filipino food products is at its highest. Families are cooking traditional dishes, desserts, hosting gatherings, and looking for familiar flavor from home. At Lucky Supermarket, we start placing our order early. And I think possibly like a month early, because we're in the middle of Canada. So our orders coming from Vancouver and Toronto. So we have to order early. Sometimes like, a month and a half ahead, just to make sure we secured key Filipino items such as fruit cocktails, coconut gels, makapuno or coconut strings, and some more other holiday staples. These products that our people expect to see on their shelves. Like those items are very, very, very important for those holiday seasons. One of the biggest lessons we've learned here in Winnipeg, if we waited long to make those booking orders, to order from those suppliers, we might get run out of the stocks from the suppliers, or we have delayed shipments, especially during holiday season, because demand across Canada increases at the same time, supplier prioritize early orders. Ordering late means you either don't get the product at all or it arrives too late. In terms of sourcing, we are fortunate because we are being in the middle of Canada. So it allows us to order from the Toronto side and from the Vancouver side. This gives us flexibility. If one side is short of inventory, sometimes the other side can help us. However, it only works if we plan ahead and communicate early with suppliers. Everyone knows that Winnipeg winter are no joke. Extremely cold weather, extremely cold temperatures, snowstorms, highway closures, and transportation delays are always possibility, especially when the winter season starts. When weather conditions are unpredictable, there are always a risk of shipments and can be delayed or even canceled. Because of this, one of the best practices we follow is building extra lead time to our orders. We don't just order early, we order earlier than we think we need to. We try to maintain buffer inventory so we don't run out of stock, especially on those busiest season. Another important practices is we working with reliable logistics partner and staying at constant communication, tracking our shipments, checking weather forecasts, and being productive instead of reactive. Makes a big difference when issues come up, and they always do. It's better to know early so you can adjust plans for your staff and manage your customer expectation. Now let's talk about retailing food in Canadian market. One thing we've learned that is Filipino are very loyal customers, but they are also have high expectations. They know the product, they know their brand, and they loyal to their brand. If they're using one brand, like Datu Puti, even they're using even before, they're gonna keep using it. they know when something is missing or substituted. This means retailers need to be balanced, authenticity, availability, and pricing. At the same time, Filipino market in Canada is growing. Yeah, I remember when I got here before, when I go to the bigger stores like Walmart, superstores, they don't have that much Filipino products on their shelves. But now, if you went there, there's a huge selection of Filipino items on there. We are also seeing non-Filipino customers becoming interested in Filipino foods. This creates an opportunity but also responsibility to educate customers, for offer variety and keep product well organized and clearly labeled. During the peak season like Christmas and New Year, retail operation become more intense. Like staffing, shelf replenishment, inventory, accuracy, and customer service all need extra attention. Best practice we follow is preparing our team ahead of time. Make sure everyone knows which items will move fast and which section need constant restocking. Other important lesson is communication with customers. Sometimes, despite of all best effort, products sell out or shipment are delayed. Being honest and transparent build trust. Customers are generally understanding if they know you're done everything you can. Now, let me talk briefly about some of the ongoing challenges in Canadian market. First, cost. Import cost, freight charges, fuel surcharge, and fuel currency fluctuation. All affect pricing. Retailers often face difficult decision, either absorbing some of the cost or passing it on to customers. Second, the supply chain instability. Even after the pandemic, global supply chains are still adjusting. Availability can change quickly. So flexibility and stronger supplier relationship are critical. Third, weather and geography. Being in the central Canada means longer transit time compared to coastal cities. That's why forecasting early ordering and contingency planning are essentials. To conclude, my experience at Lucky Supermarket has taught me that success is sourcing, distributing, and retailing Filipino food in Canada comes down to preparation, communication, and adaptability. Understanding your market, respecting the challenges of logistics, especially in winter, and staying connected with both suppliers and customers make all difference. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my experience. I hope these insights are helpful and looking forward to learn from everyone. Maraming salamat and thank you everyone.
Thank you very much, Don, for that real world experience and the insights that you have shared with us from your 15 years of retail experience. So I think that was very useful for us to be able to remind them of these things that we need to think about as we enter this kind of business. And I think as for our last presentation, we have Ms. Rowena Pineda of Pinoy Cravings. According to the introduction that we were supplied, she's a driven entrepreneur who turns vision into action, resilient, resourceful, and results-focused. She builds purpose and leads with a heart. So, Ms. Rowena Pineda, the floor is yours for you to present to us about your experiences as a Canada-based retailer and seller of Philippine food and agri products. I think she's going under a different name in this particular.
Yeah. I think
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
under Owen Pineda.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just pin you so we can highlight. Okay, ma'am, the floor is yours, po.
Okay. Good day. Good day to everyone. Good day to the officers of the Philippine Consulate General, fellow entrepreneurs, partners in trade, and members of the Filipino-Canadian business community. Thank you for this opportunity, and special thank you to Ms. Audrey Lim for the recommendation. It is truly an honor to be invited to share my journey as a retail business owner in Canada. Like I said, my name is Rowena Pineda, and I am one of the owners of Carinderia by Pinoy Cravings, a Filipino food retail business that opened in 2019, just 1 year before the pandemic. Like many immigrant entrepreneurs, we began with a simple but deeply personal dream to become to bring the taste of home closer to to Filipinos in Canada.
Fill in coffee.
Oh, that's not a dish, right?
And to create a space where our culture could be experienced through food. Opening a business is never easy, but
Business.
opening one before a global crisis tested that dream. When the pandemic began, Carinderia by Pinoy Cravings was still in its early stages. We had limited financial reserves, an import and supply system that was still developing, and a customer base was still starting to grow. Shipments were delayed or canceled, freight costs increased, and many Philippine food and agricultural products became unavailable. At the same time, we had to navigate constantly changing health regulations and operational requirements simply to keep the business running. There were moments when survival, not growth, was the priority. What helped us move forward was adaptability, persistence, and clarity of purpose. We focus on being a reliable source of Filipino food products for the community, and we strengthened relationships with importers and distributors, adjusted inventory planning, and stayed flexible with product selection, always ensuring compliance with Canadian Food Inspection Agency, food safety and labeling regulations. One of the most important lessons I learned was that compliance builds trust. While CFIA requirements can be challenging, especially for a small business retailers like us, they are essential to protecting consumers and creating long-term sustainability in the Canadian market. Equally important was community connection. Carinderia by Pinay Cravings became more than just a place to buy food. It became a familiar and dependable space during a time of uncertainty. The support we received from the Filipino community reinforced my belief that small businesses thrive when they are rooted in trust and shared experience. As conditions stabilized, we shifted our focus to from survival to sustainability. We became more intentional in sourcing Philippine made food and agricultural products, diversified suppliers, and made conscious effort to educate both Filipino and non-Filipino consumers, helping expand awareness and appreciation of the Philippine products beyond our traditional market. At this point, I just wanna enumerate some of the hurdles that small business retailers face. I think many were mentioned by Dan earlier, but yeah, I just want to enumerate these ones. Hurdles could be financial and capital barriers. Many Filipino entrepreneurs have limited access to startup capitals and credit. Second is competition from mainstream retailers. Larger grocery chains and discount stores provide convenience, lower prices, and greater variety. Features that many small Filipino shops can't sustainably match. Business and marketing challenges. Many Filipino entrepreneurs are accidental business owners who do not have formal business training before arriving in Canada and may lack skills in accounting, marketing, or strategic planning. Fourth is systematic and structural barriers. Could be lack of recognition and networks. Newcomers often don't know how to access business resources, networks, or mentorship programs that could help them launch and grow. Next is operational difficulties. High operating costs like rent, licenses, and insurance make it expensive to open and maintain a storefront, especially in major cities. Another is cultural and I think this is my last one, cultural and market limitations. Filipino cuisine and products have strong appeal within Filipino community, but less familiar to mainstream Canadians, requiring more effort in education and marketing to broaden the customer base. At this point, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Philippine Consulate General for organizing seminars like this and for their continued support to Filipino entrepreneurs in Canada. These initiatives provide practical guidance, build confidence, and create meaningful connections between Philippine producers, overseas, and retailers. For small business owners like ourselves, this kind of support is truly, this kind of support really makes a difference. To fellow entrepreneurs and aspiring importers, my message is simple. Challenges will come, but they do not define the end of our journey. With perseverance, strong partnerships, and a commitment to quality and compliance, obstacles can become opportunities for growth. In closing, Filipino food and retail businesses like Carinderia by Pinoy Cravings are more than a place of business. They are bridges connecting Filipino farmers, manufacturers, and entrepreneurs in the Philippines with communities here in Canada. Every product, every dish we serve represents culture, resilience, and opportunity. Maraming salamat, and once again, thank you. Thank you for letting me share my experience as a small business owner in Canada.
Thank you very much for that. And I think that was very important that we were able to get these insights from you for your very unique experience, no? Rowena, for your as you started and essentially succeeded in your business. So thank you for sharing that with us. Now, I know I committed some time for Q&A, but I think a lot of you have already been doing your side chats there in the chat box, which, by the way, is I think is wonderful, because not only do you get to have your questions answered, but other people who may have the same questions are, don't have to type in their own questions and just get the information by reading through the chat box. I know we've gone more than half an hour about our committed time, so we may not have enough time, for some Q&A. So I at the consulate apologize for that, but hopefully you've been able to get some insights and some leads. I see some people asking for leads for coffee growers and some questions about the process about being an exporter to Canada. I think our friend from the CFIA had already hinted at some of that. So I think at the very least, you've gotten leads on information and where to find them in order to pursue that line of inquiry that you may have originally have, no? So I think just to round up our session for today, we did commit to you that we will be sending the recording of this seminar. And the good thing about the recording is that you will also see not just the presentations, but the actual chats that you have here. So even the Q&As will be part of that recording. So Yen, could we flash the next slide on our feedback survey? So I'm sure you've seen the Consul General mentioning that we would like you to fill out our feedback form, so that number one, we can continue to improve the conduct and the quality of these seminars as part of our economic diplomacy efforts. But more importantly, because the feedback survey will ask for your email, we need your email so we can send out the recording of this session. So please fill out the survey. The QR code is right here, so you can scan that if you wish with your phone and fill it out. And then I think we can repost, Ruel, we can repost the link of our feedback survey on the chat box. Oh, I can see that our SITEM colleague has already committed to giving the deck, so we can also send that over to our participants here. So Ruel, just print out the link right here on the chat box before we move on to the next point to make sure that we have it. Yeah. Let me just, I think I can just copy paste it. All right, so please guys, please fill out this form so that we can capture your email and send this recording once Zoom informs us that it's available. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, to formally conclude today's seminar on importing and exporting Philippine goods to Canada, we are honored to invite Deputy Consul General Paul Vincent Uy to close our session for today. Sir, Deputy Consul General, the floor is yours.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me, Marco?
Loud and clear, sir.
Okay, good evening to everyone. In tonight's webinar, we have discussed the ins and outs of importing Philippine agri-food products here in Canada. We started by identifying those that have high potential for exportation to Canada, considering among others the current trends in Canada that could be leveraged by prospective Philippine exporters. We were invited to this year's International Food Exhibition, where high-quality Philippine goods, especially the novelty ones, are waiting to be displayed in your shelves. For us to better appreciate these products, we heard from Philippines-based exporters directly, who share their experiences not just in selling, but also in benefiting from the Philippine government's support programs for our exporters. Next, we learned how Philippine authorities help move these Philippine exports seamlessly and how Canadian authorities help welcome them as desirable, if not necessary, imports here in Canada. Afterwards, the wise insights of Canada-based distributors showed us that they also serve as mentors of both Philippine-based exporters and Canada-based retailers, ensuring frictionless trading towards profitability for both sides. Finally, the best practices enumerated by retailers and business owners here in Canada showed us how to minimize the challenges and maximize the opportunities in selling Philippine agri-food products here in Canada. It may be recalled that the pursuit of economic diplomacy for the attainment of Philippine economic security is one of the pillars of Philippine Foreign Service. So rest assured that the Philippine Consulate will always be ready to support your business goals and objectives, including organizing webinars like this tonight. Once again, thanks to all of you 108 participants for joining us and for your usual support and cooperation. Mabuhay!
Thank you very much, Deputy Consul General, for those wonderful closing remarks. And to the 108 that have joined us today, thank you very much for joining us on this seminar on importing Philippine food and agricultural products to Canada. So we'll be flashing the QR code again, just in case you missed that. So Yen, could we go back to our QR code just and leave it for a few minutes as we close the meeting so that people can still fill out the feedback form, no? And with that, we'd like to thank all of you, our speakers, our colleagues in government, our private sector and business partners, both from the Philippines and the Canada side. We're very thankful for the time and, more importantly, the insight that you've provided all of us. And this is definitely helpful in elevating economic relations between the Philippines and Canada. Small steps, but this is a small step, but you know, everything starts with that small step and we build up and we eventually get to a point where we get into a mutually beneficial relationship. So with that, thank you very much, everyone. Don't forget, IFX is happening 21 to 23 in May 2026. So you still have time to make arrangements if you want to and reach out to our SITEM team so that you can participate if you wish to participate or at least visit the booth there. So with that, thank you very much. Magandang hapon at magandang gabi kung nasan man kayo. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be with all of you. Thank you very much and mabuhay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. See you soon in IFAX.
Yeah.